Hi. I got things ready. First, okay, that's working. Let's move me a little to the side. Yeah, like that. Okay, okay, okay. Here we go. All right, let me find the Infinity Nikki post. Yeah, everyone always has like a favorite outfit when it comes to the banners. The ballerina's really cool. I need to find the post first to show it off. There it is. All right. Hmm. Scrolling down to find the outfits. Give me a sec. I'll show that one next. I'm starting with the ballerina one. Which one do I want to look at? This one probably. All right, all right, all right. Okay, browser. I'll see if I can make it bigger. Here, like that. All right. This is the ballerina one, and up above it says it's a main attribute is cool. So there's that. And its final evolution makes the ballerina more human. But the other ones have like ball joint legs. I don't think the arms are ball joint. It's a little hard to tell, but the legs are definitely ball joints. It's really pretty. And I love like the community is like, this isn't steampunk. She's in an atomic doll that dances endlessly. That is steampunk. And it's also still around ancient Greece vibes, too. So, yeah. I'm not sure about my feelings. I tend to drift more towards the cool outfits because I was definitely drifting more towards the ballerina one because it's a really cool outfit. It has like an empty heart where her heart should be. It has ball joint legs. She's an endless dancer and she wants her freedom. Yeah, that's totally a lot of things used in steampunk a lot. So the outfit is really pretty. I especially like the first evolution. That is so gorgeous. And she doesn't technically come with a prop. She has an ability that is technically a prop, but she doesn't come with one. She comes with a dance. I'm just commentating. She's very glittery and more. I There's a lot of pieces I don't like. I don't like the hair ribbons in her hair. The ballet zipper's cool, but I'm not sure how I feel about the ribbons being floaty. The arm piece, I really like the arm pieces and the leg pieces. Are those ball joints? It's really hard to tell. And the final evolution's pretty awesome. It's just one ball joint leg and one ball joint arm, and the rest is human because she's slowly becoming human. Yeah, I was a little late today to stream. I'm sorry. I have my side was being cleaned and took a little longer than intended. Moving the water closer. But yeah, I'm not that big of a fan of ballet. I have done ballet before. Once when I was a kid and once in like late elementary school. Not middle school, late elementary. And I was kicked out the first time because apparently I was, in their words, very energetic and couldn't sit still. Yeah, I had ADHD. Of course I couldn't sit still. Another time, I just started to really dislike the outfits and I wasn't enjoying it anymore. They put me in yellow. I do not have the skin complexion for yellow. And red, I have red highlights in my hair, which would definitely show under spotlight. They were like, oh, you're a brunette. You should wear yellow. I am not a brunette. My hair is not dark enough to be considered brunette. It may look brunette under fluorescent lights, but it's not brunette. Ah! Yeah, I have like red highlights in my hair, so under certain lighting, it would look red, not brown. It's like, oh, but you're a brunette. I am not a brunette. I'm not even close to brunette. I have more reddish hair than a brunette does. But I'm not a redhead either. I also have blonde still in my hair, technically, because I was born blonde. My hair got darker over time. But I was born with really blonde hair, and I held that for a really long time. So if calling me a brunette like before high school, I'd have been like, I'm not a brunette. And I still won't say I'm a brunette because I'm not. I have seen brunette hair. Brunette hair looks totally different from my hair. My mom is a brunette. My dad isn't. I don't consider my dad brunette. He had blonde hair when he was a kid too. But my hair is not brunette. It's not pure brown. It's a brown mixed with red with a but too light to be really a dark brown. It's complicated. Sorry, I'm getting off track. Talking about ballet does that. But yeah, I also didn't like makeup as a kid too. Not because every time I saw a photo of me with makeup on, I was like, I look fat. I was a skinny kid. Every time I see me in makeup, I was like, yeah, that looks ugly. It just did not look good on me. And the way they put blush on my face just made me look chubbier than I actually was. Well, reasons not to get the ballet outfit, I guess. It reminds me of bad memories. But yeah, it the ballerina outfit is really really cool. I just its ability is like, oh yeah, you're dancing while you climb on top of walls, and I'm like, that just looks so weird because you're moving faster than your dance movements, and you're able to go up the walls while dancing. I don't know. I just think the ability looks weird. There's also a secondary ability that lets you put down a mirror, which is a prop, and lets other players interact with it. That's not really useful in my opinion. Plus, I have plenty of cool outfits. I'm gonna wait till like we get a free cool outfit before but getting another cool one. There's also like I'm holding back on sexy because I have so many sexy outfits in Infinity Nikki. So I'm holding back on both getting cool and sexy. But yeah, by the way, my prediction was right. I guessed that this double banner was going to be cool and elegant. So I'm doing well with guessing with the double banners. Also, this is it for 4-star pairing. It's a pastel pirate with a pinning brush is how I seen people say it. But I think it looks more like a jester. And it's fresh. I'm not showing that off. But yeah, this one, elegant. I was right. The next double banner was cool, elegant. Huzzah! Okay, I'm gonna make this bigger. But yeah, it's like explaining all of this, and then this is the video. Let me make it bigger so you guys can see it better. Alright. It has two wings. One is pointing upwards and one is pointing downwards. And that is very symbolic. I get a lot of people are like, I wish the wings would face the same direction. That's aesthetic wise. That's like personal aesthetic. But the wings are meant to be symbolic, most likely. And the outfit is really Greek. So it falls back on really of the Greek origins of the area because the area is based on ancient Greece. But it also has steampunk elements, which is so awesome because most steampunk is like usually in America or British like um areas. Because the Industrial Revolution. And the outfit is so pretty. but I'm not sure I'm gonna pull on it. I'm not too much of a fan of this dress style, is the thing. But it has wings. And it's so pretty. And this is the glow up. It's a green glow up, but it's such a pretty green. But yeah, the wings are definitely symbolic. Probably to show the. I believe this might be based on the Titan King. Probably to show the duality between yourself and someone greater and stronger. I really like it actually because they do give a pose that has the wings like that. And all players are going to be like, well, they can do this, but not why not on the main outfit? Because the wings are supposed to be symbolic. They Infold might change it because Infold listens way too much to their players. They're like, oh, players criticizing our game? Let's make a change. Wait, you didn't like the change? Oh, our bad. Ah. Enfield has an issue of listening way too much to their player base and not actually doing any research to make sure this is an actually good thing to change. And has been a persistent and lasting problem of Enfield in paper games. But yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about the final evolution. Because if you notice something, the wing that's supposed to be pointing up has been ripped off and it's alt design. I don't like the symbolism of that means. If the upper wing means what I think it means, that means she was dethroned or lost her power. Also, I talked to my friends about this in the stream, in the live stream. They called this lion the Golden Mane Lion. If I change, it was okay. The Golden Mane Lion mythology. Nemeia lion, Greek mythology. With impenetrable golden fur that could not be pierced by mortal weapons, was the first of 12 labors of Hercules. Why does it repeat it twice? So yeah, I believe this lion is meant to be the Nemean lion. The Nemean? I think that's more Greek, for the more Greek pronouncing. But yeah, and someone also pointed out the horns are where its eyes supposed to be, which is also very interesting. Like, yes, the Nemea lion did not have horns, but eyes are a weakness that would have made it weak to mortal weapons. Because all you have to do is stick a knife in its eye and it'd be dead because it goes straight to the brain. So, with horns in its place, no one would be able to stick a dagger in its eye and it would make it even more impenetrable. The only other entrance you could probably attack is the mouth, and that's going to be difficult. So, based on design and all that, I think this is definitely Greek based, and the ballet one is definitely steampunk based. I know a lot of people are like, but it's ballet. And I'm like, have you never seen any steampunk media? There's always the automatron, the or the everlasting dancer, or some machine that moves forever and ever and ever until it gains its own sentience and becomes its own person. So yeah, this is the steam part of the steampunk, and this is part of the Greek part. This outfit, I love the coloring of this one, and this is the first evolution. Gosh. And this is the 4-star. I actually don't think it's as ugly as many people are thinking it be, because this is very Victorian. This is very timely. And I think that came out during the period of. When did the industrial? Yeah, it should have come out during that period. So yeah, or at least after. And then there's this outfit, which is going to give us the next ability we're going to need for the area. Oh, this one. Yes. Does it say? Oh, main attribute cool. This is the next miracle outfit, and it's a cool one. It's the first cool one. No, I'm not gonna pull for the ballerina one until I finish this one, and I probably won't finish it in time for the banner. It's the first free cool outfit we have in Infinity Nikki. And it's not a legendary outfit this time, it's a cool one. It's amazing. And it doesn't come with a sword. I don't think we're given a sidearm. But its ability does bring out a sword and move it around. And I think some of the animations also bring out a sword and use it too. But I don't think they give us a sword. That's interesting. They should have given us the sword. But look at that Greek inspired outfit mixed with a lot of technological symbols that they usually come up with their high tech stuff. I think they're trying to do a high tech ancient Greece type of design. They're really trying to come up with their own designs based on other cultures' designs. So this is not one-to-one Greek outfit. This is Greek inspired. Ancient Greek inspired outfit. We don't get a sword, but we do get animations with a sword. Yay. Players are definitely going to be upset about that. But it is a very gorgeous outfit. Look, the final evolution has a little special effect around it with a little technological design. Just this is based off the Titan King, 100%. So this is just basically her telling her story in a manner. And the Alice staff is supposed to represent her creating in a technological advanced city and raising the Titans as high as they could ever be. Because they became extinct! Yay! But yeah, I the stream has also got me wondering that what caused this group of people to no think they could resurrect the Titan King. I told my dad about the Titan King. He's like, "You didn't would usually be queens. Wouldn't that be a queen?" My thought is, this is actually a society that has never had a monarch before, and the first one to ever actually rule over them is the Titan King. So the Titan King would actually be their king, the person who leads them and has created their kingdom. Also, a lot of people are saying anger is the villain. But when you're watching the stream, he said, "How come you were invited to Nikki?" Legit question. But that says he wasn't in charge of. He's not in charge of the group that's doing this. It also means he can't get into the Golden Banquet. So he's not a high-ranking member if he is. My guess is he's being his devious self again and teasing Nikki. I don't think he's the villain or a villain. Also, there's a new furniture set coming out. I actually like this style. It's really cute. So many people are gonna love that middle piece, though. But yeah, this video is interesting too. It tells a little bit about the story of him to Dust, where she's walking through a desert and then she's in the city, showing that before there was no city and then after there was a city. So I'm guessing the Titan King led all of the people to create this city. Instead of fighting against each other, she united them and had them build this enormous city for them. That's my take on it. Yeah. Um, I'm getting notifications here. Oh no, it's a video of a video of a video. Ah! Okay, let's turn browser off for now. Okay. Claim. I should be able to claim some more. Yeah, these. Alright, alright, alright. Let's open again. Let's open again. It probably needs update. Oh, that reminds me. There's also a web event going on right now. And I'm gonna have to share my browser again for that. But I will do that once I bring it up. Hmm. When on the 16th is the update coming out? Would you guys be up for me doing a stream on the day the update comes out?
Nikki, it looks like the star crystal tree stored a lot of starlit crystals. Let's head to the Sea of Stars and take a look.
This is perfect time. Give me a second. This is the web thing. I'm opening browser again. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Oh. Gotta make that smaller. Oh no. How do I grab it? There we go. That worked. I'm gonna stand to the side a little bit and not make it too big. Anyways, this is the new event. Turning that music off, it's loud. I've already done one of these, but if you see me posting on X this information, you get more food if you do post. Like, let me go here. I go to share to X. It takes me to X, Twitter. I need to feed my shroomling. Post. Oh, that's so cute. Alright, glad I redid that. Okay, where is it again? There. And I get my food. Because I did one of these. And I can give you food. But yeah, that's a little annoying. Like, oh yeah, meet your friends, do all these tasks to feed your shroomling. I still somehow got chubby chef shroomling. I was like at 69 satiety, and hygiene and mood should have been at 100 when this timer went off. I still got chubby shroomling. I don't know how. I had the blue shroomling too. But yeah, you can give them pets. It's basically Tomodachi. But with shroomlings! It's like that digital Tomodachi game that you had to feed them constantly. Or they die suddenly. Yeah, some people have been like leaving the shroomlings alone for more than 24 hours and they're like, yeah, your shroomling left. You weren't taking care of it. And then they have to start over. This is a long web event. I haven't checked in every day, luckily, but like, it does go down quickly and you have to check on them a lot. I'm wondering if like I focus on just one of them, if I could get a different one. But not sure. The feeding one is the hardest because you have to actually do the daily tasks to get more food. So I don't think I can get the like balanced care. I don't think I could get balanced care. Maybe a special condition will bring the shrimpling out. Another food-loving shrimpling, perhaps. Not sure about this. This one, I think these three are easy. Like, just focus on petting and you get the petting one, or focus on bathing and you get the bathing one, or focus on playing and you get the playing one. Stuff like that. But all stats have to be more than 50 to grow. And the bathing and petting one have no limit, so you just do that. And these two raise the mood, both raise mood. Okay, back to Infinity Nikki. About here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's full. I love that. So yeah, I decided to get the star one, because it's actually really pretty. And it has a really cool animation with it. Like, I'll show you. First it's like this, and then she's like, oh, come on! Why didn't it do it? She's supposed to turn around and get hit by and then the star hits the star. And it's like, I've been shot! Let's see if it'll still do it. Ah, here it goes. Bang! Dead. And the star also shatters too. I was thinking of using the stage over there for my photo for this event, for the Starlight contest. I don't remember what it's called. Oh, voting ends one day. Okay, that is cute. I'm voting for that. But yeah, my submission is this. But I'll show you all the pictures I took. I got 14 votes remaining. Wait, how do I 14? Oh, I made a vote, that's why. I'm being silly, guys. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. And I got one from Raising Children, too, so. But I took so many different pictures. Oh yeah, I took these fairy pictures, too, because I made a cute fairy outfit. And I found a really good spot to take those photos. I like these. They're a little more blurry, like you're trying to take some picture of something small and your camera's not focusing. Photo. It said this is a legal photo. Is it the bones? Are we not allowed to take pictures of the bones? Yes, this is showing her back. That have said this one's illegal. Is it the boob? I wish we could contest illegal photos. Be like, hey, what exactly is wrong with this photo? Okay, but these are all the photos I took for trying to figure out this contest. Like, I went to the stage. I'm gonna go to the front of the photos. I got the rain making ability of it, so there's rain in this one because I started rain, but it doesn't last long. I was thinking between these two photos because I really like it. I was like, no, they're kind of plain. They don't got energy. So I was just taking photos, trying to find a pose and position I liked. Making some changes here and there. Trying to figure out what I like. And yeah, the star in the background is a prop I put down on the stage to make it look less like the stage. And then this Nikki over here illuminated me and pulled me to the side, so I'm just cheering for them in the background. Yeah, this is my prop here, by the way. So they're taking pictures, and I'm like, I'm taking pictures of them. And then I got back on, took pictures of the rain. Again, took some rainy pictures. And then a stage, when there's a prop you have to pay for, and it creates a stage where two Nickies can be on it. A stage rises up above me, and it creates this, and I'm like, I don't think I really like this. So I moved here and started taking pictures, but then I realized the blue kind of looks really weird with the fireworks. It's like cold but warm background. I wasn't sure I really liked that. So I liked this pose though, so I decided to try to mimic the pose. And I tried different positions and colorations. I like this one a lot because there's some sparkles down here, which adds to the photo and doesn't make this look like a dark and empty. And I went with this one because of the sparkles, and it looked really nice in my opinion. But yeah. The really dynamic photos are the ones that are doing really well. There's really no reason to try to aim for all-time trending. And they made this so that other people were like, oh, look at all these wonderful outfits. Yeah, they're trying to prevent the all-time spinners to get like an overwhelming head of it, a wet head. By the way, this is not the person who pulled me aside, but they were wearing a similar outfit. I'm like, okay. But yeah, this one obviously Sailor Moon. Of course, it gets the most votes. But these are very dynamic. But they have like a lot of props and stuff that I don't have. So I can't do this because I don't have the guitar. And I can't do this one because I don't have a mic. So a lot of these are using props I don't have. Like this is a mic stand and this is a mic prop. Also, the mic and mic, that would create terrible resonance unless someone turned it off. So yeah, a lot of the really ones that getting the highest votes are very dynamic and movement. Like even this one. This is really good. I already voted for it. Like, I didn't even know these created sparkle paths. And these are very dynamic. It actually looks like they're playing at a concert. I can't lie, these are really, really good. And I was trying to create that dynamic, but mine, yeah, is definitely missing it. Okay. Trying to collect all the stars. That stage right there, so many people are putting it on the music stage that it was getting hard to take photos. So I went to a different location. I need to figure out dynamic posing more. I'm not trying to get like the top trending. I'm just trying to make my pictures look more lively. I think the photos that I took before this one, I was having an issue with because the settings I had it on made this really red. And some of the poses are just really hard. So this is like different settings. A little blurry, I know. What, you're trying to take a picture of a fairy. It's not supposed to be clear. I was trying to do... Like, this is an old photo of a fairy. You can tell it's a fairy, right? Mm-hmm. I was trying to make it a little blurry. And all of that. I think I like this one. This one's pretty good too. This is a good location for fairy photos. And then I did this. I like this close up though. Hmm. What was that? Did someone try to play the violin? Giant Nikki's. I need to wash up. Give me a sec. I also need to take my plates and stuff so makeup doesn't bother ready drink from them. I'll be back. I'm back. Okay. But yeah, now it's time for like ranting. Infold has always had an issue of only listening to players and not actually trying to come up with actual solutions. I might seem like I'm whining, but it's true. It's true. Their solutions are at most half baked. Like when it comes to like these bubbles, you can get like you only can use this to grind them. The other two items, these you can get by fighting S-Lings, and these you can get by exploring. These, you gain like 10 or 100 from styling battles, which there's a limit on how many styling battles there are. Or you get them from events. There is no open world way, other than styling battles, to get bubbles. And there are not enough styling events to get enough bubbles for one outfit. Like, let's go to factions. We should still have the rewards on it. Oh, and this. Oh yeah, that reminds me. The stream did say what the next sovereign is, and the next sovereign is gonna be sweet, which is our first one. 100. 100. 300. That's 500. Still not enough for a full outfit. 100, 100, 100, 300. Okay, so 300. 3, 4, 6. That's 600. I should write these numbers down so I can do the math. Give me a sec. So 600. How much was this? 500? 3, 4, 5. Yeah. 500. Like, the last one being 300. Cool. Alright. 100, 100, 100, 100, 300. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Plus 700. And then Sovereign Pool 100, 100, 100. And you don't get bubbles with her. So plus 300. That would be 18, 1,800, 1,800. That's enough to level up one outfit. I guess. That is one faction. No wardrobe. Oh yeah, they added they added a lot of new features. Alright. If I wanted to level up a 5-star, I would need 8,663. That's actually not enough for a 5-star outfit. So, not enough 5-star. Okay, that's consistent. I don't think that's consistent. I think this one might be 19,000. This one's 19,000. Oh, did I level up some of these? No, maybe. Oh yeah, I did level up this to 7. That's why. So it's actually like more closer to. It's 19. It's closer to 19,000. 19,000 bubbles. That's not enough. 4-star. What about a 4-star outfit? This is also depending on how many pieces an outfit has, so this is not consistent. So let's go to a 4-star outfit I haven't leveled up. About 10,000. Wait, are you the same amount of pieces? You're 889. 9,000. What's this 10,000? Yeah, 10,000, 9,000. This is more. It's 9,000. Let's look at this one. 9,000, 11,000. So about 10,000 would be... Yeah, 9,000. So let's do average 10,000. So that's not enough to level up a 4-star outfit fully. We have 1,800. None of that is that's from fighting one faction completely. None of that is enough for any of these outfits. What about a 3-star then? Let's do Snowing Capper. 5,000. I don't have these. 5,000. I'm trying to see what the average. 5,000. This one's an early one. 5,000. So the average is about 5,000. Not exact, but 3-star. 5,000. Bubbles. Yeah, that one faction was 1,800. Oh, hi, I have been good. I'm just ranting about game stuff. I'm talking about the bubble, the bubble stuff. Like, most of the bubbles you have to get, you have to go into... Give me a sec. You have to go to Realm Challenge and do the Realm of Escalation, which gives you stars, thread, or bubbles. Why did I say stars? Blings, thread, or bubbles. Blings you can get from exploring, and there's enemies that drop a lot of blings. Thread you can get by fighting S-lings, because S-lings drop thread. Bubbles, on the other hand, are really hard to get. You only get them from styling battles. And you can figure out how many bubbles you get from each faction by counting how many bubbles you get from everyone, because it shows you the rewards you get. So bubbles are given like sometimes through events, about like 100 of bubbles for some events. And like I was going over it. And this faction right here gives 1,800 bubbles. Because the Sovereign of Cool apparently doesn't give any bubbles, but these guys give 100 bubbles. And the leaders of each faction give 300 bubbles. That's still not enough to level up a 3-star outfit, which requires at least 5,000 bubbles. You getting the math here? 5,000 bubbles for a 3-star outfit. 10,000 bubbles for a 4-star outfit. And 19,000, probably almost 20,000, for a 5-star outfit. I can't check the other 5 stars because I have leveled them up. So, but, like, that's a lot of bubbles you need. And one faction gives you 1,800. I'm gonna do the math for this later. Now let's go to escalation. And the max energy you have for escalation is 350. I should be able to increase it to the amount I need, hopefully. But how many bubbles does 3,050 get you? Well, 350. 3,500. Escalation gives max 3,500 bubbles. That's what you can get daily. I'm trying to figure that out, but like, if you only do the faction, the first faction that you do, you only get 1,800. That's gonna be able to level up a few item pieces, but not a full outfit. Not even a full 3-star outfit, which is the lowest tier we have, other than 2 stars, but those are individual pieces, I believe. And you can't really level them up much. Alright. Let's grab these. And then let's head to the home island before I blow a gasket. And space. Yes, I consider this a public space. Shush. Let's go here. I can't go into the realm of escalation on my home island, though. So that's why I wrote that down before I moved. So escalation gives me, at max, 3,500 a day. A day. Okay. Do one for the first one. Alright. Okay, that can't be too bad. There's other factions. How many do those get? Oh, great. I can't look at factions either. I forgot. I don't usually look at factions. I want to look at factions on the island. I want to look at factions on the island. I didn't realize. Anyways. Also, the update's coming on the 16th, and I'm not sure if I want to pull for either outfits. They look amazing, though. Alright, factions. Go back to factions. Okay, so the Florid Wish one gives 1,800. What about the Breezy Metal one? Alright, 300, 100, 100, 100. So 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 600. Hi, Mangle. You're joining me. I need you to lay down. Can you lay down? Yeah, you're gonna lay down. Yeah. Okay. Great Meadows. They have more members. It should be more. So this should be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, double checking. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 700. And this one, the Rangers. 3, 4, 5, 6. Another 600. So that should be more than the previous one by a little bit. And then this one should have a few. Or not, actually. Never mind. Huh. No bubbles here. Because she didn't have any underlings. Plus 0. So 6, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That's 1,900 bubbles. That's only 100 more than the previous one. Yeah, 6 and 6 is 12. Yeah, that's right. Oh! I forgot to add the 300 to the first one. 18 plus 300. I was looking at the first three numbers. I was like, that doesn't make sense. There's a 300 here. 18, 19, 20, 21. So 21. Okay, that's more. Still not enough to level up a 3-star though. It's 2,100. And then the next one is 1,900. 1,900. I mean, yeah, you build enough, but like, it takes a long time to be able to do a 5-star outfit, which is what everyone's focusing on because it takes a long time. So I'm just doing all these areas to figure out the total amount, and I messed up the first one because I realized I should have had a larger number and I didn't. 3. I'm just putting areas. So 300, 4, 5, 6. 600. I just left the 300 out of my calculations by accident. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 700. Wow, that's following a pattern. And then shifty rags. 3, 4, 5, 6. 600 again. I believe this one had some extras. This was added later, so I'll still do it. 100, 100, and none. 200. Hi, Mango. And this was added as an event. How does she give anything? Yeah, she gives 300 plus 300. Because we already had the sovereign medal. So 12, that would be 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 2,400. So, I'm trying to calculate how much they are in total, but a 5-star is 19,000, not 1,900. The 1,900 wouldn't be enough. The 2,100 plus like the 2,400 would be close to being enough to a 5-star, and plus the 3,500 a day, maybe you could do a 5-star and maybe eventually a 4-star. This is calculations for someone starting the game and not playing it for a while. And they're doing all of this at once. Do you remember, you also have to have high enough outfits for these, and so far we don't have enough for even one outfit from the first one. The second one we could probably do one outfit all together. The third one, maybe 2 outfits. And Wishing Woods, who knows? I'm about to do it. Alright, so this one's 3. Just making sure, yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 700. I'm trying to do the math, but yes, the amount of bubbles we gain from these is low. Low. Yeah, I think this is the same amount. Yeah, 300, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 700. 700, which is 1,400. Because I already did the math. And then there's this one, Four of Wishes. Just in case they changed it up a much. Nope. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 700. Again. Wow, this is the most one, the one that has the most bubbles given. And you have some allies. 100, 100, 100, so 300. Okay, 7 times 3 is 21? No. Right? Yeah, it's 21. So 2100 plus 300 would be 24. Okay, so it's being more consistent. Unless I did my math wrong. So, oh, that would be 24. So, area 2 and area 3 and area 4 both give 2400. Area 5, which is a different area and had a practice challenge too. Regular challenge and practice one. So we'll check that one out. And then there's the Sovereignical. And then next there's going to be the Sovereignist Suite. So regular challenge. 300, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 700. That is interesting because, like, yeah, at the very beginning, we were given very little amount of bubbles. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 again. Oh. Oh, you gave 2. Normal and average. So that's 400. 5, 6. I see. They're trying to keep it at least 600 for each one. For each one that's not a sovereign. So you have him, no bubbles. 100, 100, 100. So that's 300. So that should be 100 left. So that should be 2300. 14 plus 6 would be 20, plus 300 would be 23. So 2300. So 100 less than last season. And then there's the practice challenge. Did these give bubbles? These did give bubbles. Plus 1 plus, so 300. 1, 2, 3, 4. These also get threads, but they're not a really important source of threads, and they also get diamonds, but not a lot of threads. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 700. It should be the same, but I'm double checking. Yeah, that should be 700. You just give 300 and 100, 100. But this was for practice, right? Yeah, this is regular. Practical. Okay, so you give 300, 4, 5. So that's everything's the same except that the 600 and the 500. And is this the same? 1, 2, 3. And you give 300. So that's 600. Okay, so 14 plus 5 is 19. Plus 6 would be 25, right? 2500? Because 7 times 14 plus 5 would be 19 plus 6 would be 25, yeah. So yeah, this is practical that gave more bubbles. So the practical gave an additional 25, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that would be 48,000 for the total of this area. which is actually enough for a 3-star glow up. Sorry, I'm doing numbers. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But so it looks like they're keeping the numbers for each group about the same. 3, 4, 5, 6. It's just so you have enough for 600 or 700. But the first one, yeah, they were very much lower numbers. Like area 2 is like the lowest one. True to the south. 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus 6. And then you had a few followers that were part of a different group, apparently. What was it? You. It was you. So, no bubbles here, so total 12 plus 7. 12, 13, 14, 19. Really? So, individually, each faction, like the entire faction, the only one that probably could get you 1 glow up for a 3-star is the Sovereign of Sexy of Itzalin. And that's only because he had a practical challenge added to the regular challenge. But like, total? Let's try doing the total. Let's do the largest number first. 48. Largest number first. 48. 24, 24, 21. So 24 times 2 plus 21 and 19 times 2. $24 times 2. Let's do the multiplications first. So 24 times 2. I'm doing this calculation. Like, imagine you're starting the game, starting for Floor Wish, and the game takes you a month to finish the entire story. And you do all the factions in that month's time. It's impractical, but I'm going to do the calculations for that. So, multiplication takes me a while to do in my head without some visuals. So, 2 times 4 is 8. 8, 0, 0. 2 times 2 is 4, so that's 48. Okay, that's 48. So 48 plus 48. So I could just times 2 it again if I wanted to. 19 times 2. Adding the zeros at the end. 2 times 9 is 18. 2 times 1 is 2, so it's 38. Alright. Eight. 48 times 2. That'd be 16. 4 times 4. 2 times 4. 8, so 9. I'm gonna have to check my. I'm gonna have to check. Um, from what I can tell, it's just now players are just asking for fallow back, and it seems like the government took paper game side, so it does not look like Infinity Nikki's gonna close down. I'm checking a calculator because I'm dyslexic. 48 times. Okay, I was right. So that would be plus 21 plus 3. 8 plus 6. 8, 9. That'd be 13. 4. So that'd be 4. So it'd be 14 plus the 1. And then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. 15. That is total. Without the escalation. All the factions give 15,400. A 5-star outfit needs at least 19,000. And a 4-star outfit needs 10,000 at least. Average. Because some were 11,000, some were 9,000, so it would at least be able to do 1 4-star. Is that right? I don't trust my numbers. 6, 7, 7. It's 15,500. I was off by 100. I blame dyslexia because it's somehow. I think I also have dyscalculia too. But at least I was off by 100. And not so much, so. But yeah, the Nikki Silver situation is looking less serious, but fans are still angry about the love interest being cancelled. And I was criticizing that because Impulse has a habit of only listening to players and not actually fulfilling the solution to the problem. They have a habit of hearing one group of players speak out, they make the change. Then all the other players speak out against the change. And they either reverse the change or do nothing about it. But yeah. So if you're a beginner player and you don't do any escalation because you're focused on...
Momo, okay. Be careful. Don't get blown away. It's just a light breeze. I'm not worried at all.
My keys are getting dirty. Alright. The thing is, you also have the Realm of Nourishment you're trying to level up. You're also trying to get the Realm of Eureka, too, because there's a lot of these, and they give really pretty Eurekas that also boost your styling battles. So you need to get these, too, for styling battles. Not just bubbles, you need to get a Eureka, too, and level those up. So you need to get at least a lot of these Eureka because they boost up your level. So you have to get Realm of Eureka, Realm of Nourishment to also level up stats, and Realm of Darkness to make sketches to get more item pieces. So you're having to divide, when you're first playing this game, you're having to divide between all of this. And then when you finish the first boss, now you have to focus on doing these so you can level up some outfits. Level up the miracle outfits. So it's like a big division between your energy for the day. So if you're not focusing on Realm of Escalation, you're focusing on everything else. And you do it, and you're working through the story. From the factions alone, you get a total of 15,500 bubbles. The average, that would be 3 glowed up 3 stars. 3 glowed up 3 stars, because, yeah. 1 glowed up 4 star, at least. And you can't glow up any 5 stars. Yeah, the problem is they jump too quickly to solve the problem without actually understanding what the problem is. Big issue when it comes to game development. You can't please everyone, but you can figure out what the real issue is. When players were first playing this game, they were struggling with the styling battles because they wanted to get the highest score possible, and they weren't able to. That was mainly because everyone was focusing on different parts of the realm challenge. They were focusing on the realm of nourishment, which gives collection insight, which you don't get much of but just by exploring, so you have to use these guys to get more. And they also unlock stuff for you, which is great. Like, let me bring it up. In here, Wishfield, you had to unlock these. And you had to do Realm of Nourishment to unlock a lot of these. Because you needed the points for these to level them up. And there's still 2 nodes, so all that hard work only to have 2 nodes still locked. It's a little annoying. The thing is, Italy doesn't have that. So you don't really need Realm of Nourishment anymore. Except that we don't know what this node is supposed to be for. Are they planning on making one in, Nether area, probably. And it's still unfinished, so there's still more to get. And then this one, finished. So there's a lot that new players have to deal with once they get in the game, that many old players tend to forget because they're past that point. They can, I can just focus on Realm of Escalation. I don't need to worry about Realm of Nourishment. I don't need to worry about Realm of Eureka's, because I could just easily get all of these and not worry too much. And the only one I really need to worry about sometimes is Realm of the Dark, when I want to do a sketch, but I have so many of the sketches done already. I got the legendary outfit mostly done. I don't need to level it up again. Let me see. Not that one. Where is it? Evolution. Oh no, it was this one. My bad. Where was it? This one? Where all souls return? Give me a sec. This one. To get this last outfit, all I need is to get 7 of these, and I already have Tranquil Thoughts, and I have 7 of I have 3 of them. To get this last outfit. It's gonna take a bit. But, so, the only thing I get distracted is once a week I have to do this one. And I just quick challenge it. And that's it. I could spend a lot of time doing Realm of Escalation, which gives me 3,500 a day. A day. We could do that calculation another time. Which is 3,500 times 7, and then times that result by 4 because there's 4 weeks in a month. But new players are going to have this energy drained from all of these, because if you do Flourish, you need to level up you need to gather these to level them up. And you also need to gather these. If you just do Itzalan, you can just gather these, but there's also Flourish, which also has all of these. So that's a lot of those, and if you want to max them out, that's a little difficult. And sometimes they don't always give you all the pieces, so you have to run them several times to get all the pieces. Because sometimes you can just get 2 of these and none of these, because for some reason the feat area casts are harder to get. And also, if you're exploring, you're going to come across a lot of sketches, and you're going to have to be able to fight all of these if you want to level up some sketches. A cage curried bubbles. So it's like, it's not easy at all. I should probably just close these. I don't need them anymore. I just need these. But it's not easy. And a lot of players had difficulties with this at the beginning too. A lot of players are just, yeah. So a big issue is with the bubbles. But the players were like, oh, can we have a recommend button instead? But that's not the issue. The issue was never that there wasn't a recommend button. Because players are like, oh, I want to get the highest level pieces so I can beat this. But the thing is, you could still use the recommend button and not be able to defeat the stylist. And they would be like, oh, weird. I mean, at least you know which pieces to use, I guess. But that doesn't really help at all. Gosh, that's so pretty. Like, each stylist has, like, a different level, too. Like, let me go back to factions. If I go to Wishland and look at this one, Whim is level 2. Whim is level 0. Whim is level 2. So you have to get your Whim to level 2. But to fight her, you need a level 5 Whim. This all requires you to level up your outfits to at least level 5 or higher. That's the level of your outfits need to be. And then when you get to the Wishing Woods, level 9, meaning your outfits need to be at least level 9 to be able to defeat them. Level 11. Difficult. Very difficult. And then when you get here, level 10 again. So level 11 is just difficulty, but like, yeah. Level 10. By the time you get here, you're very few, like, yeah, they have a few that are a little easy, but Jumbo's level 5. And Flourish, she was level 5. If you're starting the game as a new player in Itzalan, the Jumbo is going to be as difficult as the first sovereign in the game that you face. Jumbo is the same level as Flourish's Sovereign of Cool. Take that in consideration. And while you could read what they're about to get an idea, they don't tell you what element they are just by looking at them. You actually have to go against them to figure out what style they like. And then you have to level up those pieces to at least level 5. I'll have you know, it was hard going against her and getting to level 5 at the beginning. And these barely give you enough bubbles to level up an outfit to 1. To 10, actually. This is like the max amount of bubbles for them. 210. I mean, you were expected to level it up to like a few, but like that's between several different pieces. Alright, blow up. But like, then like the next one where they made it so you could get to Interland, the first faction has a level 5 boss. How many bubbles does it take? Oh, you're already at 7, so give me a sec. So like 1, 2, 5, 5,000. The entire faction doesn't give you enough bubbles to level up a 5-star to level 5 completely. The first one. Probably a few, like, of... Let me check. Let's see, you. What were you at? Yeah, you gave 10. 5. 3,000. That's bare. So, the first faction gives you 2,100 bubbles total. And that's after facing the Sovereign. It's not enough to level up a 5-star, a 4-star outfit, which is most likely what's going to get you through the whole thing, to level 5. Which is the max level you need to defeat the Sovereign of Flourish. So, if you're a new player trying to catch up to everyone, and you're trying to do everything in a month's time, you're not going to be able to. The story takes like 2 months to get through. The game takes longer to get through. Like, the styling battles take so long to get through. I'm not sure if you can skip them, actually. But, like, these, Realm of Nourishment. You also have to, like, if you want to complete this skill set, you have to go do this. And the Realm of Eureka, you also have to do to get to increase your points for those battles. You need at least 1 full set maxed out for each one of these. And I'm not joking. All of these. Each of one of these open per area. So the first area, you'll probably have these open once the story is done. So you need to get at least one of these 2 sets. And one of these 2 sets. I'm not saying you get both, but one of these 2. And then try to go against the Sovereign of Pool. You're not going to have enough bubbles. Like, some of the events and some of the activities give, like, 100 bubbles to 10 bubbles. From 10 bubbles to 100 bubbles. That's still not enough. To hear about a gacha game I like, it has been going on for years already. Yeah, fair. I'm just saying, everything else, the bling, the thread, everything else in this game is well balanced. The energy is okay. It gives enough for getting enough of these, mostly. You can do a quick challenge and, like, get, like, 7 and get these. That's fine. The issue I have is with the bubble system. It's the only one that puts players at a great disadvantage. The main thing I was interested in this game was the styling battles. The main thing. And players... I wish I could do a styling battle. Oh, wait, I can. I can go to Mirrorcrown and do a style battle. Give me a sec. I'm doing, like, an easy one. I'm so sorry. I'm going on a rant. This isn't the only rant I'm going to go on. I'm going to go on so many rants today. So I go talk to the mirror. Start. Alright. So, I'm a new player. I'm not going to have all of these glued up outfits. So, let's do 3-star filter. And also filter to sweet. I'm not going to have this many. Like, I have a few glowed up. Maybe. One level 4. Okay, so let's remove. I'll do... let's do, like, all of these. Like, I'm making a cute outfit, and I have a few pieces from when I was exploring. Probably not this many. I'm just looking to see if I can find some pieces I recognize as being early game. Like, oh wow, I have a few cute outfits already. Maybe a few free ones. I'll do these shoes. And I'm doing a very cute outfit, and I haven't been able to really level up anything past one. Maybe I'll do these. These, maybe? Eh. And there's a limit on how many accessories you can get. There's only 5 accessories you can get. So I'm looking at all these sweet items. And I'm like, cool. I have so many items. I really do. I'm just doing the lowest ones that I can. This one, I believe you can get. Oh, nope. I already reached the limit. And you don't know that, like, the first one is usually the highest scoring one, but sometimes there's others that are a little higher scoring. I'm like, okay, I think I'm good. I have 6,471 points. That should get me. And, or I could press the recommend button, but I'm not gonna do that. Like, oh, I only have a few Eurekas. Let's see. I'm gonna grab the, like, this one. I have these Eurekas. Like, the first dungeon Eurekas is the ones I'm grabbing. Okay. Where is it? Okay. This one? Yeah, these. I think. Oh, wow, that's so cute. I don't have any makeup yet because I haven't gotten that part of the game. Oh, geez, it looks like I'm not gonna reach any point. Oh, no. Oh, the Eureka pushed me through. Yeah, as long as you have high level Eureka, it's gonna push you through. But that's not gonna last long. It's like, oh, okay, I'm good. It gives players a false sense of confidence. Like, okay, I'm good. I'll continue. And doing all this. I think this gives bubbles, actually. I'm not counting this because not many new players are going to be able to actually go against these. I'm trying to see which ones are able to. And I'm limiting it to 3 stars. So, like, I don't have any 3 stars leveled up. This one. And this one. Actually, a few of these are very early ones. Bottles. I'm pretending I don't have many. Pretend I don't have many. Guys, just pretend. Like, okay, that's the most I can do. I still don't have any makeup. Like, okay, I'll use the same Eurekas I used last time, right? Because that's the only ones I have. Or you gotta mix and match them. Like, yeah, I could probably use better ones. I think the butterfly ones were actually part of a different set. Whoops. I don't remember which sets you should go, and I'm just looking quickly and grabbing which ones I think belong to which. Alright, let's go! Oh wow, that's a little bit better. And then Eureka just pushes you forward. Yeah, these are like level 1 and just very low levels. Eurekas carry you for a long time. They do carry you for a long time. So this one's fresh. 3-star fresh. Let's do ones that aren't glowed up. Like, how long can I go without a glowed up outfit? Like, I don't like how that looks. Yeah, that's close enough. Oh, that's glowed up. Let's go, like, try not using any of the glowed up outfit items. It doesn't have to look good. I'm just using pieces that I don't think are that are at their lowest state. Okay, that's the max I can do. Continue. The problem is the Eureka for this is elegant. So for some, it's not going to boost much for its counter. So like, well, you could do through the very beginning ones very easily with Eurekas. But that was short. Meaning this is getting more and more difficult. Like, well, I got great still, so that's fine. Like, the first two are like level 0. This one was like level 1. So continue. I should double check. They should say which level it is. I'm just gonna keep it going until it's like a double. And probably leave. Because most of the beginning ones are like double. And I'm expressing this through like level 0. Some might have level 1, but like this is basically the one you get when you have like no points at all. Like maybe you got a free outfit, but you haven't been able to level up. Because no beginner is going to have a full glowed up item. Because, funny enough, you also have to use energy to be able to get it glowed up because you have another item. You have to get either shells or bubbles to be able to glow up a piece. Oh, there's a lot to this. Let's do that. Yeah, that looks cute. These with maybe a necklace. I'm just doing this to demonstrate how low these points go. And I'm like, okay, the one Eureka's I was using are elegant. I should definitely be able to perfect this. Should be able to. Okay, where is it? There it is. It's near the top where it's supposed to be. Because it's showing the most, all the elegant ones. Because this one's elegant, this one's elegant, this one's elegant, all of these are elegant. And each one of them has different tags. So, okay, this one's elegant. It should get me to perfect, right? Huh, that's very low for an outfit. And it only got me to great. What? Yeah, Eureka's only carry you so far. Okay. Is this a double or a... Okay, this is a double. And then when you get to the doubles, it becomes even more complex because you have to do cool, sexy, but there's also a tag, which is spirited. And I'm just doing 3-star. Oh no. Oh. So I was like, okay, I'll pick the ones that are most spirited based on this, and then I'll go back and change it. So click in all of these. Because apparently most of these I don't have. Remove that. Go back. Get like a top. Get different hair. Socks maybe. More items. So a hairpiece. Let's use a circlet. Most of these do not end up well. Maybe this or this. And it's not looking real pretty either. So, like, that's what annoyed players the most. They wanted a recommend button to make the most pretty outfit. There's also this. But these, so I'll probably use those. And then, yeah, I'm at max again. There's plenty of these I'm just skipping on because I have a lot of items and not beginner players won't have as many items. Sometimes they won't have enough pieces to fulfill the recommendations, and like we're continuing with the I only have one set of Eurekas. What? I already did this. And I can't use recommend. I think what players really wanted was just to be able to make a pretty outfit that was high scoring. And they thought, oh, a recommend button would be really great. So like, okay, this is a hard one. But I got all my pieces together. Sorry, I'm just pretending I'm new. Like, this is probably the experience a lot of new players experience. And the Eureka didn't give enough. Look at that. Not enough. Exit. So it's like, huh. Mango is sleeping on my computer. Yes, Mango, thank you. Thank you, Mango. So sweet. You're saying I look pretty. But yeah, like, that's the difficulty. Can I look at the mirror count? Does it show what levels each one is? I sure hope so. Okay. No, it doesn't. Oh, well, these do give shining bubbles, but it gives 30 shining bubbles. Does that change at any point? Nope, 30 for the whole thing. Okay. So this gives 30 bubbles. Times 8. 30 times 8. So 8 times 0 is 0. 8 times 3 is 24? Yeah, 24. So that gives 240 bubbles for this whole thing. That's not enough to glow anything up. That's not enough to give the max amount. That's not enough to glow anything up. There's also the Sparkle Store, which gives this amount. That's like 50 bubbles. Oh no, 60 times 5. Because it gives 60 and there's 5. So there's 60 times 5. And that is 5 times 6 is 30. That's 300 bubbles. And I have a lot of these. And then there's the reward, which gives 60, 60, 60, 60, 20, 20, 20, 20. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 60 times 7. And 20 times 3. 20 times 3. These also give bubbles. Like any styling contest gives bubbles, and I completely just dropped it. Then there's like these, which also gives rewards, but it's longer and more difficult. Do these give levels? They don't. I wish they gave levels so players knew what level they were at. But is it the same amount every time? Yeah, it's 30 times 15. I think for both of them. But it's not balanced at all. Yeah, it's 30. So times this by 2. And then I'll look at the rewards later. That's the store, that's the rewards. So, like, doing all of this, the rewards from this for bubbles is very low for the weekly one. The weekly one gives very low amount of bubbles. Which is... Okay. Wait, what? When is the Sparkle Store? 17 days. I think this is renewed monthly, so don't count the 300 in that. I'm putting a monthly on top of it. So to find the total for one Pinnacle contest, which is every 14 days, so every 2 weeks. So it's not weekly, it's every 2 weeks. So it's bi-weekly, technically. So 60 times 7. Six times 6 is 36. 6 times 7 is 42. 42. So this is 42. 100. And 20 times 3 is gonna be 60. 600. Right? Yeah. Add a 0 there. I might have done that wrong. Give me a sec. Yeah, no, there would be a 0 at the end, so it would be 600. Numbers are difficult. So, for the bi-weekly one, add 290 with 624. 290. 220. I mean, 220. Plus 600. Plus 24. So 4, 5, 6. That's 60. 6, 7, 8. 8 plus 9 is 17. So 1,760 bi-weekly. I'm trying to do what is the amount of bubbles a player would get within a month. And this is also a factor in it. And you can only unlock one of these if you have done, like, you only unlock this if you do Wishwood, I believe. And you only unlock this if you do Isolin. So if they're doing 4 Wish, they only can get this. And this requires the miracle outfit to be, I believe it requires it to be fully glowed up too. I think this one says it. Wear a complete outfit and clear with a perfect rating. And you can't clear with a perfect rating if it's not glowed up. So let's say they could do round 15, which is doubtful. What I'm saying is the absurdity of how many bubbles we can get in a month's time based on the resources the game currently has. Right now, all the factions only give 15,000. 15,500. That's not enough for... That's not enough for a 5-star outfit, but it's enough for 1 4-star or 3 3-stars. That's it. And these require a 5-star to be fully glowed up and complete by the end of this. There's other resources, I think. I'm just trying to do the numbers in my head. This. No, these require materials to make. They don't think they give any when you make them. Yeah, just making sure. Okay, so far, for the bi-weekly, you get 1,760. Still not enough to level up a 3-star. And for... what's monthly? Give me a sec. For both of those, they each give 30 for 15 rounds. I'm gonna use a calculator for this. I am not in the mood to do... I'm just getting tired of multiplication right now. 30 times 15. It's just 450. So put this 450, which is then multiplied by 2. 900. Both. Okay. Looking at the mirror crown again. Give me a second. Both of these, without counting the rewards for them, both of these, if you complete them in its entirety, both of these combined, is only 900 bubbles. 900 bubbles. Total. Without counting the rewards. Just these alone. 900 bubbles. Now, we gotta count the rewards. Give me a sec. 30, 30, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. 6. Oh, it's 15 times 30 again. And let me guess this, it's the same here. 30, 30, 30. 30, 30, 30, 30, 30. 6, 9, 12, 13, 15. So, 900 times 2. Which is 1,800. Because 9 times 2 is 18. And you keep the zeros. So 1,800. For both of those, total including rewards, is 1,800. Still not enough for a 3-star outfit. Load up. Okay. So I'm gonna put that under the one I already have. I'm doing the calculations for a full month. And that is just if they finish all the factions, all of this. It's probably not possible because you still you have to level up the outfits to be able to do this. So it might not even be this amount. And we still have not gotten enough for a 5-star outfit to be glowed up yet. So I'm gonna multiply 1,760 next. 1,760. Oh, I didn't completely get it. 760 times 2 because it's bi-weekly. So total would be 3,520. I'm using my calculator now because I'm getting tired of doing math in my head. I'm gonna just get worse if I continue doing the math in my head. So this is all for a month time. So 3, this is the bi-weekly one. 3, 5, 2, 0. This is the entirety of a month because it's bi-weekly, so you get 2 pinnacle contests in a month. You get 2 of them. The next one is in like a day. Time passes so quickly. Now, the only other one we need to do is the escalation, which is 3,500 a day. Like, this is if you're doing this for a day, for a month, and skipping everything else you need. Okay, let me switch pages so that this isn't a complete mess. So, 500 times 7. Okay. That's pretty 35. Yeah, I'm just doing it in my head. I'm not doing that in my head right now. I can do it in my head. I'm just tired doing so much math. Okay, this is every day. 24,500 a week. Now, times that by 4. And that's 98,000 a month. You're like, oh wow, that's pretty decent. But if you don't remember what I said earlier, you're most likely not going to be using all your energy on just getting bubbles. That's 98,000 a month. A week is enough to level up at least 1 5-star. Give or take. And like 1 5-star and maybe 1 4-star. I haven't done the subtraction yet. So let's do the total of this. Let's put factions. Which one is this one? What is the difference? Oh, that's the bi-weekly. Pinnacle. That's the pinnacle. The other one is the silent compass. So there. I'm trying to be more specific. So adding all of those. I'm sorry, just math. I know this is. I see viewers leaving, probably for other reasons, but I get freaked out because I worry people don't enjoy this, and I'm just trying to do all the numbers in my head, and I'm like, okay, I can't do this in my head. That'd take too long. And I was like, all right, I'll just add the numbers in my phone calculator. 3520. Okay. Altogether, including factions and the contests, that is 20,820. Enough for 2 4-stars and 1 5-star. So, if you're trying to save your diamonds and you're not doing the escalation, you have to be able to do all of this and all of this and all of this in order to be able to level up one 5-star outfit completely. 1 5-star outfit. 1. That's enough for 1. And that's everything the game gives you. Outside of escalation. Outside of escalation. Escalation gives you the most amount of bubbles. But the issue is, if you're a new player, you're not going to be focused on getting bubbles. No, you're not. You're not going to be focused on getting bubbles. So, not even that full amount is going to be enough. And that's including the bi-weekly. So, like, yeah, that's like for a month of playing. And let's say you finish all the factions and all the contests, which you probably won't.
Momo,
So this is probably going to be even
less
than what you get.
Breeze. I'm not worried at all.
The total amount that the game gives you outside of escalation for a month for the bi-weekly pinnacle contest is what I'm saying. And because every month the store refreshes, so you can get another, like, 300 bubbles from the store for the pinnacle contest. So that refreshes monthly, so I'm doing a month. If you have been able to finish all the factions, all of the contests, and everything, you will have enough bubbles for 1 5-star or 2 4-stars. That's not enough. Look how many outfits I have. If I had decided not to do escalation, I wouldn't be able to level. I would have to choose which outfit to level up. And, like, it's 20, so it's 20,000. I might be able to level up 4 3-stars. Because it's 5 times 4. So 4 3-stars. 2 4-stars. Or 1 5-star. The thing is, the game gives you, you're like, oh, if you don't pull any banners, that should be fine, right? Well, if you're doing the whole thing, the game actually gives you the sketch for one. Let's see, how many 5-stars can you get for free? 1, 2, like, by just playing the game. Some of these were given for free as a limited time event. So 1, 2, 3, 4, as miracle and legendary outfits. Standard banner, you're probably not going to have enough for these, but standard banner wise, you might have a few pieces of one of these 4 outfits. One of these 4 outfits is usually thick. You're not going to finish any of these, but you might have a few pieces of these. One of them. Because the game gives you resonance crystals, which lets you get one of these, focus on one of these. So, 4 5-stars that you get, and 1 half 5-star. Which 5-star would you choose? Because, okay. Did I count this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 stars. My bad. I forgot the sea of stars. 5 5-stars. 2 of them are sexy. 1 is sweet. 1 is elegant, and 1 is fresh. 2 of them are sexy. Cool. And the next miracle outfit is coming out, and it's a cool miracle outfit, which is interesting. So there's that. And there is going to be another faction with more bubbles, but you're not going to make it this far to get all these bubbles. By the time you have this, you would have spent months on this game and would have more bubbles from the Pinnacle contest and would have more bubbles from maybe doing events and would have some bubbles from other things. But I'm talking about outside of events and outside of escalation. Just pure game-wise. The total amount of bubbles you get from this game up to this point too is 20,820. That is not balanced. You should not get that little amount of bubbles from exploring, from fighting, from playing the base game. Sorry, I'm getting a little heated, guys. I'm getting a little heated about this. I'm saying, as a game designer, as a game researcher, this isn't acceptable. This is an issue. This is what the problem was, and all they gave us was a recommend button because players didn't understand what the real problem was. The real problem is the base game gives us barely anything bubble-wise. Hi, Mango. Like, yes, we get so much. Our main source of bubbles is escalation. For a month, you get 98,000 bubbles from escalation if you do it every single day. But if you also look here at the realm challenge, there are other things you use bubbles on. I have to use every week my bubble, my energy on the realm breakthrough to get these. That is, and this costs 60 energy. That is 60 less that I spend on the bubbles. New players have, if they want, or anyone who wants to get better fishing and better like stats all around for styling, because yes, you can level up styling in this too. You might activate styling potential. It increases it. You have to level this up too, surprisingly. And you get items from this too. So if you want to increase these and get the items from them and increase the high quality, like high quality antics and Breezy Meadow. And then over here, high quality animals and Wishing Wood. Yeah, to get high quality and the extra stuff, you have to level these up. That means you have to. So, as a new player, you have a lot to do. You have the Realm of Nourishment. You also, for styling battles, you also need the Eurekas, too. You need Eurekas to increase your styling battle, which will help you through the first few styling battles. But once you get to a certain point, it's usually like level 4 or 5, Eurekas don't carry you far enough. They only carry you through their first few styling battles. Annabelle, thank you for following.
Annabelle just followed.
Annabelle. Thank you for following. I guess my passionate speech about game design has got to you. But yeah, I have done game research and I have done level design, and I know for a fact that the amount that you can get so many blings from exploring. Yes, there is a limit, but that limit is hard to reach for the average player unless you are going for hours and hours and hours at bling collecting. Like hours. You will not reach that limit. There is a limit for daily, so to prevent players from grinding too long and wearing themselves out. There's a reason for those limits, and I'm not going to argue against them. Because the problem with bubbles is it's not that there's a limit to collecting them, it's that there's not enough of them in the base game to collect. The base game gets only enough to get 20,820 without the Realm of Escalation, which you may be using for bling because you might not have enough to buy something, or Threads of Purity because you need those to make sketches. Yes, you need Threads of Purity to make sketch items. Shiny bubbles are probably the last thing on your mind to get. And if they do come to your mind like, oh, I'm having trouble with a styling battle, you're probably going to do it for one day. Use this one day for the bubbles. And then you get 3,500 bubbles for one day. That's not enough. That's not enough. There's other things that do give bubbles, but they've been added over time. But I'm talking like base game with total. Like, I probably could try to find other things that give more bubbles. Let's see if I can. I think there's something in the Sea of Stars that might give bubbles. I know there's nothing in the housing that gives bubbles. I'm gonna try looking at this. Challenge portal. Teleport. But, like, it doesn't give even if it did give bubbles, the max it's gonna give is 300. And the minimum it's gonna give is 10. I didn't realize they gave us 300 bubbles, but even then, that's still not enough.
Maybe try shaking it?
Maybe I don't want to try shaking it, Momo? Have you thought of that? Okay, so there's this. It gives you extra challenges. Like Echoes of War. Yeah, no. Oh. There's another one. I could do that. That gives diamonds. Alright, Echoes of War. Dimensional Rift! That doesn't give any, that's just a new area. Okay, what about this one? Does this one give the bubbles? Okay, the hard one gives you bubbles. Okay. Let's check the easy ones. These give you stars and diamonds. 200, 200, 200, 200, 200. Okay, these give you bubbles, but this is like added later, and not many new players are going to know about this. So, 6. 200 times 6. So this, like, side thing. Side gate. That you're not going to know about as a new player, because you probably don't even try to interact with it. And you probably don't even know what the Cloud Sea realm is. And you have to do it for the hard one, which is very tricky if you don't know the game really well. 200 times 6. So 0, 0, 2 times 6 would be 12? 1,200 bubbles. Great, an extra 1,200 bubbles that would make it 21, 8, 9, 10, 22,200. It'd make it 22,020, actually. It's because 8 plus 2 is 10. Add a 1, put another 1 there. 22, 20. 22,020. So, from the side gate. But the thing is, normal's hard because you have to do it with other players. Hard is hard because you have to do it with other players. You can do it alone, but it's easier to do it with other players. I need to do this eventually so I can get those 30 diamonds that are not going to make a big difference, but that will make some difference by 30. But just what I'm saying. It's not enough. It's still not enough. The amount they give is usually under 100. Usually. They only give 300 if it's for the styling factions. And that's only for the boss of the main faction of those factions. And not for the styling. And you don't get anything from going against the styling sovereign. The sovereign of cool. The style sovereign. That's what I'm gonna say. Like, I don't get any bubbles from her. And she's level 20. You have to have everything at 5 stars, glowed up, and maxed out to go against this one. That's difficult. And then there's this, which a lot of new players played at the beginning. He's level 10. The first group, level 5. Second group, level 7. This one, level 8. Him, level 10. You know what Wishfield had? She was at level 5. She was meant for new players. She is beginner ability level. And this is based on how much you are getting bubbles. You need to have at least the full all outfit pieces, level 5, to be able to defeat her cleanly. You can have it at level 4, some pieces at level 4, but having a few level 5s. You don't need a full glowed up outfit to win against her. You just need level 5. You need a level 6 outfit to go against her. Not level 10. Level 9. Almost 10, but not quite. And then choose a side event near the end. She's level 11. So yeah, you need like full max for her, but she was later. Whenever all the players were close to that range and had outfits to go against her. Sovereign of Fesh is the hardest sovereign in Flora-Wish. All of these were based on you slowly gaining bubbles and leveling up your outfits. Then you go to Ipsaland. All of these guys, all in one, are very difficult. This whole faction is difficult. She's level 12. She is level 12. She is impossible for new players. Level 7. Level 10, meaning you have to fight her to be able to fight the Sovereign. If you can't defeat her, you can't defeat any of the Sovereigns. In Ipsaland, I mean. And he's level 11. The entirety of the Bone Graveyard is too difficult for new players. And they made Ipsaland easily accessible to new players. I want to just... Like, why? Why would you do this to new players? This isn't easily accessible. This isn't even easy. The first faction in Ipsaland is equivalent to the Stonewoods faction. And the Sovereign at the time was level 9. While the main Sovereign of Sexy is level 11. And you faced her later in an event. I think you can still face her now, because it would be silly not to let her face her now. Shelton's level 7. Level 6. And level 4. If you are able to defeat the Sovereign of Elegant, who was level 6, you would be able to fight the Sovereign of Sexy, or up to the Sovereign of Sexy, and then have to do a little more leveling up. But the issue is, even with this, they never give enough bubbles. They do not give enough bubbles in the base game. You have to use energy on bubbles for a lot. They delegated all the bubble gathering to solely the realm of escalation. Yeah, you can get some from the factions. You can get some from fighting bosses. You can get some from events. But the main source of bubbles is the realm of escalation. And I hate that. That's not fun. You have no other way of grinding for bubbles. You have no other way of getting bubbles that are significant enough to level up all your outfits. I don't even have enough to level these two up completely. I currently have 22,664 bubbles. I could level her up and still have some over. But I don't know if I could level up both of them. Let me see. And then, like, when you need to level up, then you also have to get the shells, which I almost missed. Yeah, it's pink. Blue. It's kind of cute. Just pink's not my favorite color. I really like the water effects, though, so I'm not too upset. More water effects! Yay! Those wings do not look any different. Yeah, got one of those. So, like, okay, because I had leveled her up to 7. Because I needed her before. Now I don't have enough to level up this one. I had 22,000. And the other one, just to level it a few levels from 8 to 10. That's 3 levels. I had to level it 3 levels. And it took... now I have 14,000. And I need 19,000 for this one. I also need these shells, too, which require energy to get. Or, which just really pisses me off, or you can recycle clothes to get them. There's an alternate way to get those shells, but there's in enough quantity that if you need them, like if you're running low, you can go to the Elderwood Forest or Florawish, go to where this clothing recycling is, and get those shells or get those bubbles. I'm not joking. And as long as you have the clothes or the materials needed, which you most likely are, because there's the surprise-o-matic, which you pull clothes, there's 4 stars you pull clothes, and there's duplicate clothes for that. You will be able to get plenty of these. Alright, check materials. Select all. I don't have that many. Wow. And I can choose any single one of these. So right now it's just giving 35 because I only have a few 3 stars and 1 4-star. But if you let this build up, you could get like 100 of these. And you don't need that many. They're easy to get. I have so many sweet. Oh my goodness. And so many elegant. I think I'm running low on fresh. Got 32 fresh ones. You could also do Wish Field if you wanted to and get these instead. Even though you're in Itzaland. Yeah, I didn't have that many clothes. You usually are going to have so much more clothes because both areas have this machine that you can pull to get items from. Which requires bling. And you can get these items from. And you're gonna get duplicates. You're gonna get a lot of duplicates. And you could go up here and recycle, or you could do pulls on the banner. On these banners and get duplicates. And you can use those duplicates to get more and to recycle them and get more of that. There's an alternative way to get those. The only alternative way is to get bubbles is the factions, but the total you get from the factions is not enough to level up an outfit. You have to do everything else to get enough for a 5-star outfit. It's ridiculous. That is an issue with the game. And, like, it's a major issue with the game. Like, yeah, you could go to the store and get some, but, like, you're most likely going to save this for pulls. Yeah, you can get these tranquility drops. That's what I'm thinking of. Like, you can get some of these from the stores. You get 10 of these for every 30. That's 300 again. Or you could get these, and like these are things I get almost every time this refreshes. But you want to know something? It's a month refresh. You have to wait an entire month to get these. So if you've already gotten them and you're already out of bubbles, you can't really do much about it. Like, you can't even get bubbles here. You can't even pay money for bubbles. There's no other way. The thing is, bubbles aren't even monetized, I believe. Are they? I'm checking. You can get bubbles here, but you have to pay money to this. And I don't like the outfit enough. So yeah, you can pay money for like 500 bubbles. Still not enough for an outfit though. This only has like 200 bubbles total, so not worth it. This doesn't have any bubbles. Those don't have bubbles. I'm checking. These are all resident, like, pools. Dying. You can pay for dying. None of these are bubbles, though. So mainly just tranquility drops and... what? This. And I think you can get some from the store in the home island. But, like, they know it's an issue. Why would they add bubbles to these if they didn't know it was an issue? They know it's an issue. They know they don't give enough bubbles. They know the only way to get bubbles through the escalation. They know they don't give enough bubbles. Or they wouldn't add bubbles to every single shop. Or almost every single shop. Like, trust me. Like, if I go to Starlight and I open the shop, there's gonna be bubbles in the shop. You don't add bubbles to the shop item if players are gonna run low. Like, yeah, they added threads and yeah, they added blinks, but you can grind for those. You don't need them in the shop. They're hiding the fact. I fully believe they're hiding the fact. Like, Yardling purchase. Oh wait, no, that's Yardling's purchasing for me. Bubbles. 800. From the housing. I'm gonna write that down. Shops. I'm gonna put down shops. So 300 from earlier plus 800 from this one. Why put bubbles in here? Why do you think they put bubbles in here along with energy, which runs out quickly? Why do you think they put bubbles in here? Because they know, but they don't provide enough source of bubbles. They know they don't provide enough of source of bubbles. Like, yeah, they have bling, and yeah, they have thread, and they have energy crystals. But you're not gonna spend it on those. Did you see how much this was? It's 8,000 for these. Well, these 10,000 for both of them because you don't need them unless you're running really low and you need them suddenly and don't feel like grinding. They made this a lower price because they know players are going to need it. Yeah, they give other methods. I name it, but it's just like this didn't exist at the beginning of the game. It didn't exist at the beginning. What is this for? Oh, yeah, because I got the cloud up. And I got 100 diamonds from it. Cute outfit. Also, I don't have enough. I don't think I'm gonna. I think I might skip this banner. There's no outfit that is really, like, pulling my heartstrings. I only have 150 pulls. That's not enough to get the full outfit. So I might skip this next double banner. Unless I change my mind. But yeah, I just wanted to rant on that. Okay. I've had counted from other shops, but I counted that more for total. These are unrelated to bubbles. So 800, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 1,100 bubbles from the shops. So that'd be 23,120. Still not enough! But the shops refresh, so I don't know when the wait, is this one refresh? Weekly. It refreshes weekly. I have enough of these. But it refreshes weekly. They put a limit on how many bubbles you can get. Like, oh yeah, you gotta wait a week to get them. I get so frustrated at this game. Sometimes. Also, I think I put too many items in my house because when I get close to it, things start to lag like that. I might have to I tried to do some remodeling on the second and third floor. So I added some new things. I added this.
I still
They
remember the
open
time you took
inward.
this
I'm not
photo.
sure if I need to flip them to have them open up. Or if they only flip open inward. But I wanted to try using some of the walls I had. And some of the materials I had. But the issue is, I can't put any items here. Because I have too many items, apparently. Like, I have this. This is my new bedroom. It looks so nice. Let me see. Can I... Like, I go in here. I try to move this over here because I thought, oh, it looks so much better right here. And it doesn't work. Okay. Okay, I get it. So it's like, I can't move this at all. And it's already in my room. And I can't move it. I tried removing stuff. I had, like, a couch here. And other stuff here. I still can't add things into this area. I don't know why. It's like, oh yeah, you put too much stuff in. I'm like, okay, I'll remove stuff. You still put too much in. I'm like, I removed stuff! I wouldn't be so angry about it if it wouldn't let me put stuff in after I've removed some stuff. I made this bathroom. And I made the deck smaller because I didn't like the big amount of space it was providing. But yeah, I can't move anything. And when I delete things, it still says I have too much. Like, I was having trouble putting stuff here. So I was like, okay, I'll delete a few things. So I deleted a few things. Still wouldn't let me. I tried to move some things. Still wouldn't let me. It's not letting me move things that are already in the room. And it's not letting me add things after removing things from the room. I don't know why. So this area is empty because I have too much stuff, apparently. Don't ask me how I was able to add stuff here, but not able to add stuff here. I don't know the logic behind it. And I didn't really change this space much. Though if you look up here, you can see the tiles are different. And I got different lights, but I don't think many players are gonna look up. I really like how I decorated some of this, but I might have to take things down and restart. Oh gosh, it's lagging. Probably because of the house. I think for the next one, I might just do pictures of my fairy garden. Maybe. It's not a really good garden. I feel like it could use more to it. But I was saving it for space. Maybe I could do a fairy tale one instead. Who knows? If you notice, when I was getting close to the house, it started lagging. I think the limit is how much stuff it can load. And there's a limit of how much stuff can be put together so that it can all load. Because it lags when I'm close to the house. But it doesn't lag when I'm far away from the house. So I'm guessing it's so that so that other players can still visit my house without having their game crash on them. The thing I have issues with is that I removed stuff so I could add more stuff to here, but it still didn't let me. So removing stuff just didn't work. But I was able to add stuff here. It seems it's more targeted to certain areas, so it's not like the whole area couldn't get decorated, but like certain areas couldn't get fully decorated. I'm not really liking how my place is looking, but I don't want to remove everything. I want to keep the house and I want to keep the ferry area, but I might want to remove everything else. Is what I'm thinking. Oh yeah. I wanted to check something else. Oh, currents. I was gonna check the shop. Yeah, the building system's very difficult, and they're also adding stuff that players asked for, which has made the building system a little more complex and difficult to know. Because players asked for more things, and that makes those things more difficult. Yeah, when players are like, Info doesn't listen to us. No, they listen way too well. It's just they can't implement what you asked for right away. It takes time, unfortunately. So it's like, Info does listen to its players. It listens to its players way too well. That sometimes it does things that players don't actually want, but other players do. So I'm not saying like, oh yeah, no one really wanted this. I'm like, some people wanted this, but the whole community did not want this. It's a little dark at the moment. I'm just looking around. There's so much stuff I have. I like putting it out and seeing what I have. I'm not sure about the farm. I might move the farm closer to the house. I kind of like it. I'm thinking of just moving things around to where I can see them better. In a better place. I might remove the water stuff, though. But yeah. Let's change the time of day. All player bases are demanding. They, like... I wouldn't say... It might be more demanding because players know they can get it. But there are other player bases that are just as demanding as the Infinity Nikki community. Most likely. Like, why, like, they complain to company, like, why did you do this? Why is this character like this? You should have done it this way instead! The problem is, Impulse listens to its player base way too much. And players don't see that as the issue sometimes. And they usually blame other fans for causing this issue when it's really, Impulse, why didn't you just do a survey? This could have been easily solved with a survey! This is why you should always fill out surveys, guys. That's cute. But yeah, players don't also fully get the limitations this game has too. It's like, oh, why couldn't you have done it this way? And like, the thing is, they could be just doing something and we don't know. Like, them going quiet isn't them shutting us out, it's them discussing something. And I think we need to, like, realize that. It's just them discussing, we shouldn't get too angry about it. About them being quiet. I tried to make that blend in as much as I can, but it still looks silly. I think I did the top part really well, though. By the way, are you guys wondering why there's windows here, but not in the bedroom? That's because I created some space between that wall and this one with using some walls. So yeah. Look at it. And then when I go out here, it actually looks more blend in. It looks pretty great. Doesn't look bad. At all. But yeah, I'll look around. I still get upset, like, when the Dreamland Showcase ends, you can't look at it anymore. That means the store in the Dreamland Showcase is also closed. I gotta wait for the next update to be able to go in. What are you saying why to? Because I was talking a lot. Clayton, what are you saying why to? Why is it a bad thing Info listens to its player base? Oh, about those windows. Okay. The windows are on on a raised floor. So this floor is raised above this one. Slightly, with these. So, if I had let the windows shown in, they kind of looked out of place. And because of how raised up they were. So, my keyboard fell onto my lap because of Mako's laying on my desk. I don't want her to stop laying on my desk, but I would like her not to push my keyboard off with her body while sleeping. Anyways, so I added a wall with a little bit of space so that I wouldn't see the windows. Maybe I should make a smaller house, but that looks like a castle. But it's smaller. But I wouldn't be able to put as much stuff in. Also, these pictures right here, they have nubs in the back too. Because I have the walls separated, I'm able to put these pictures up. Instead of having them sit in the ground like this one, like a picture frame, instead of on the wall, I can put them on the wall here because there's space between this one and the next one that it doesn't go through the wall. Like these two. Like, you can't see it, but the back piece is going through the wall. There's so many of these paintings. I had to angle this so that both of the paintings don't have it, but it just lets me have those paintings. I was like, see right there, you can see the back piece under this painting. Of this painting. The back piece of this painting under this painting. You probably see it on here too, but it's darker, so it's harder to see. So it's mainly so I could have these pictures up on the wall and so that I don't have to worry about the windows. Though it probably would have been fine. I just wasn't sure what to do because the windows were a bit cut off from the ceiling because they are raised. If they were lower and didn't look so cut off, I would have added pillars instead to make it look more natural. But because the windows were being cut off by the ceiling, because the ceiling wasn't raised to match the walls, I decided to just go with this instead. So, like, on my side, the top of these windows were being cut off with the ceiling because they were raised up. Yeah. We got a bathtub. I might restart this all over. How long have I been streaming? It feels longer. It feels like I've been streaming for 4 hours already. Goodness. But yeah. There was something I was interested in that I thought about talking about. I hope School of Scholar hasn't been. Hmm. Thanks. Oh, this one looks interesting. Okay, the section explores the foundation, related work, methodology. Sorry, I was thinking about this dark patterns and I'm thinking cause toxic behavior. Yeah, it's monetized rivalries. Shows appreciation and perception. Higher chart showing the distribution of participants' weekly gaming hours. Significant deviation from sample when so harmfulness grinding is mainly between 5 and 9. Playing by appointment was still pretty high. Endowed progress, fear of missing out was a little lower, but still pretty high. It's above 5 still. Most of these are above 5. Let's see. Pay to skip. Oh, that's very harmful. Loot boxes, invested value, paywall, pre-delivered content, monetize rivalries, social obligation, impersonation, social pyramid scheme. Impersonation. What was impersonation? I remember they're talking about it. Social capital dark patterns. This pattern pretends to befriend players, using their name and image to motivate them to play more. While its effectiveness has declined over time as players recognize its tactics, it persists. Examples: some games send notifications or messages that appear if they're from friends, encouraging players to return to the or perform actions in game, attempting to manipulate players into spending more time playing. Which is basically controlling players' time or using their time as a monetization. Sorry. I got like really interested in my brain. I was been thinking about this for a while. I should read through this. But not right now. Actually, do you guys want to go through it? Wayne, would you be interested in going through a research paper with me as I read the stuff? I'm probably gonna skip and stuff, but like, I'd probably like start with background, dark patterns, and all of that. All right, and then I'm going to open a browser. Give me a sec. I'm sorry, I got really interested in this. I was thinking, and I'm just going over browsers. We could have the nice music of. You know what? Is it music playing? I don't think so. We can have the nice background music of Nikki play while I read this. Okay. Where's my browser? No, I have it. PowerPoint. Oh, there it is. Here it is. Alright, I'm starting with background because this is just an introduction to what they're exactly talking about. So I want to know their background. This section explores the foundational concepts of dark patterns and successfully related works. It provides readers with essential background to understand the motivations and significance of this study. Dark patterns in games. According to Brignall 2010, dark patterns, DPs, are deliberate design strategies implemented in user interfaces to exploit cognitive biases, guiding users towards decisions that may not align with their intentions or best interests. These manipulative techniques are often subtle, capitalizing on users' lack of information, urgency, or emotional triggers. Gray et al. 2018. Unlike user-centered designs, which prioritize enhancing user experience and satisfaction, dark patterns are purposefully crafted to benefit businesses at the expense of user autonomy. Examples include deceptive language, hidden fees, and confusing or misleading interface designs. The essence of dark patterns lie in their intentionality. They are not accidental flaws, but carefully engineered mechanisms to achieve specific outcomes, such as increased spending, prolonged engagement, or the surrender of personal data. So, yeah, prolonged engagement is a part of the intentions of dark patterns, which is why I think we should have shorter games being made, not 100-hour games, but maybe games that are 10 or less hours. We need more of those to not burn out players, because like prolonged engagement does cause burnout in players. While their origins is rooted in e-commerce and user interface design, their application has expanded into various domains, including video games, where their impacts can range from frustration to significant financial harm, or mental harm, or social harm. It's not just financial harm. Zagel et al. 2013 defines dark patterns in games as systematic features designed to create negative experiences such as frustration, horror, or regret, often without the player's informed consent. These patterns are not accidental. They are purposefully implemented to increase player retention, engagement, or monetization, frequently at the expense of user satisfaction. In this study, we adopt three primary categories of dark patterns in games defined by Zagel et al. Temporary dark patterns in games manipulate players' time, often requiring repetitive tasks or specific schedules to progress. Daily tasks, you know. Monetary dark patterns in games exploit players' financial investments through mechanisms such as microtransactions or loot boxes. Social capital dark patterns in games leverage social relationships, sometimes coercively, to encourage engagement. I know an example provided in one of these papers is there was a game on Facebook that it said, "Oh, you can't continue forward until you invite a friend in." Yeah, that type of game. Dark patterns in games are particularly controversial due to their intersections of entertainment and exploitation. While some mechanisms may enhance gameplay when used ethically, their misuse can lead to significant negative consequences for players, such as financial loss, addiction, or reduced autonomy. I hate when the game is going to be months of project. Yeah. Related work. Beyond games, dark patterns have been extensively documented in other domains. Highlighted their Brigino highlighted their presence in e-commerce where manipulative designs nudge users towards undesired purchases. Gray et al. Analyzed dark patterns in social media platforms, showing how they encourage data sharing and prolonged engagement. In mobile applications, Greenberg and Pashang identified patterns that leverage persistent notifications and gamification to retain users. Because gamification is a really good tool to get people into something, but it also can be used negatively. Additionally, Manther et al. Revealed how health apps exploit user anxiety to extract sensitive information. Health apps, guys. Health apps. Like a lot of women are encouraged to use a period counting app to track their period, and that gives the app your data on when you're having your period and menstruation. And if you end up skipping, they were like, "Oh, you're pregnant." Yeah. Described the use of autoplay and while McCoy and Luger described the use of autoplay and cancellation barriers in streaming services to increase consumption, which is, if I remember properly, a lot of people hate being not able to cancel. Like Adobe makes it really hard to cancel their subscription. The ethical concerns surrounding dark patterns in games have garnered increasing attention in human computer interaction and game design research. Zagel laid the groundwork of understanding dark patterns in games by categorizing them and exploring their ethical implications. They argue that these patterns intentionally create negative experiences and often to maximize profits. This work has been instrumental in framing discussions about the trade offs between player satisfaction and developer goals. Agard et al. Examined how dark patterns are implemented in mobile games and their effects on players and industry professionals. Their findings highlight the complexity of ethical game design, noting that dark patterns also emerge from industry pressure rather than overt malicious intent. Industry pressure than malicious intent. Yeah, so a lot of it is not, I do not believe, is maliciously intended, but industry pressure. Like, like I said, they have been doing this for a long time and it works. So saying, hey, let's not do this anymore is very hard. They advocate for more transparent and player centered design practices to mitigate harm. Yeah. I really think Infinity Nikki was trying their best to try to mitigate harm at the beginning, but their company definitely pressured them to have uh, some like black patterns. So Dalan and Susanti identified prevalent dark patterns in casual mobile games using heuristic evolution. I know this word. I'm saying it in my head. Evaluation. Evaluation. Sometimes have to say it without looking at the word. Their quantitative approach provides insights into the severity and frequency of patterns such as grinding and pay to skip. This research offers a framework of grinding and pay to skip. This research offers a framework for evaluating dark patterns and highlights their potential harm to player experiences. By the way, this is like just background information, so this is stuff you need to know to understand what they're trying to do. I am not trying to say those names, but like here's the people, and they're from 2020. Investigated the impact of dark patterns on user desirability in Candy Crush Saga, which is why I will never play their game. The research highlights how specific manipulative design patterns influence players' engagements and decisions to continue or quit the game. Yeah. Through a user experience survey, they identify that temporal and monetary dark patterns such as time-limited boosters and excessive difficulty without in-game purchases significantly decrease the game's perceived enjoyment. Hoodent and others explored ethical concerns in the gaming industry, highlighting issues such as dark patterns, microtransactions, gaming-like mechanics, and exploitative design choices. Their work provides an evidence-based perspective on safeguarding players and developers from manipulative and harmful game design practices. This aligns with our research focused on dark patterns in-game, reinforcing their systematic evaluation of their harmfulness and prevalence from player-centered perspective. Alright, I'm not gonna read the end of that, but I should show who's written this. Dark patterns in games, an empirical study of their harmfulness, and these are the people who read it. From the University of Amazonas, Brazil. Okay. Okay, so yeah. Related work, methodology. I'm gonna skip to methodology. Figure 1 illustrates the process of creating the catalog of dark patterns in games and evaluating through an empirical study. So this, which I can't see well, but it's this right here. So papers listing dark patterns in the games, search for real-world examples, catalog of dark patterns in games, survey, planning, and execution, response to open-ended questions, qualitative analysis, participants' quotes. Most cited games, dark pattern rankings, response to close-ended questions, literature review. I'm skipping some of this because it's just talking about their way of doing this. You can probably try to forbid dark patterns practices, but it's easier said than done. Because it's very prevalent and it's very hard to distinguish what is actually a dark pattern when there's no malicious intent, but it's caused by industry pressure. So, as long as there's industry pressure in games, there's a chance of there being dark patterns. So the thing to prevent industry pressure is to have companies that don't have crunch time, that will have more time for game development, and have a solid base for designing games. The issue with designing games is someone will always have an idea, and they will always want to change their idea to be a better idea. What you need is a simple idea you can build on over time and strengthen, instead of changing this grandiose idea. Like, sometimes I just come up with a small idea, like, I want to do a dungeon game. So I create a level for a dungeon game. Or I want to do a game with mermaids, so I create a level with mermaids, did it with mermaids. The indie game industry is still really small. It's not big. It's actually really small. There are a lot less companies in the gaming industry than you think. Everyone knows everyone. The gaming industry is small. It's not big. Like, the amount of people who want to get into the gaming industry is massive, but there's not enough jobs for it. During COVID, yes, it was massive during that time, the biggest it's ever been. But once that cooled down, they didn't have enough funding. They didn't have enough. They couldn't pay for the workers they had. They also wanted funding for their top execs, so they fired the people down below so they had more money for themselves. Just because it makes more money than the movie industry does not mean it's a big industry. It's actually it makes a lot of money. Yes. But you have to realize gaming, you can take there's so many games being made. There's games being made by indies. There's games being made by double A. There's games being made by triple A. There are so many games compared to movies out there. Like, in a year, there are probably less blockbusters released compared to games. That is why it makes more money. That doesn't mean the industry is massive. It just means there's a lot of people pushing out games. There's a lot of people in the industry, but there's not a lot of places in, like, main jobs. There's a lot of people individually making games or in small groups making games. But overall, anything above indie is much smaller scale. And it doesn't seem that way. It's like, oh, I'll get into gaming. There's no jobs in gaming at the moment because they're filled up. They have too many people and they don't have the funds for it. They also spend too much on marketing and too much on the top execs. What startled you? But yeah, I don't know too much about it, but someone I follow on who's really good and is trying to help the community put it perfectly. During 2020, there were a lot of jobs because the industry was doing really well. So there were a lot of jobs open and there were a lot of opportunities open. Now that that burst is done, a lot of those jobs aren't needed anymore. So there are people being laid off. There's not enough money for the people they have hired. So they're trying to save on money. And there's some people who just run their companies absolutely terribly. And they end up losing money, and the people working for them end up getting fired. You also have to take in the fact that there are so many games being made by one person and not by the actual industry. Some of those people, while they get considered indie, they're not considered part of the industry. People who make game jams are not considered part of the industry. People who make games on their own are not considered a part of the industry. They are part of the gaming community, though. They are 100% part of the gaming community. The gaming community is massive. The industry is not. If the gaming community was. The problem is we have a few companies that are really powerful that it's making it harder for lesser companies to rise up. Alright. This study aims to catalog dark patterns in games and quantitatively measure their perceived harmfulness. Alright. Dark patterns included in this catalog were identified based on Zago. Okay. I'm gonna skip this a little bit. Patterns operate in mobile games, intentions between engagements and manipulation, enriching the contextual scope. So basically, it's like, yeah, this is what we're doing. And they're like, oh, yes, the first. I'm skipping a lot. This is basically explaining how they're conducting the research. So, how many hours per week do you spend playing games? What genre of games do you play? This isn't others open-ended. The section focused on validating each of the 13 patterns in the category to evaluate by some clarity, harmfulness, and real-world presence. Is the definition an example of branding clearly stated? Yes or no? If not, what is unclear? Considering the provided definition, do you consider the issue to be a problem? If you'd like to justify, what do you think? Have you noticed this dark pattern in new games? If yes, then which one? How harmful do you think this dark pattern is? Not harmful, very harmful. Okay. The third section allows participants to share their insights, experience, and to capture qualitative data that could supplement the quantitative finding through primary focus of the analysis, which sits on statistical evaluations. Following questions were presented to participants in the section of the survey. I think some people think the issue is the companies have to listen to their stakeholders and their investors who pay for these projects to continue. For these game projects to continue. But in the last few years, a lot of studios have been shut down, which means a lot of game projects have been canceled. And that basically because they started getting low on money. But also, as a business, they have this flow where they have to make more the next year, more money. So they can't like flatline at some point because they're running them like a business. But like, it's fine for a business not to make profit the next year. Keeping having the same amount for a few years in a row just means you're not ready to go bigger. And that you should prepare for bigger later. But yeah. The following questions are presented to the participants in this section of the survey. I feel like some of these are a little lame. How harmful do you think this dark pattern is? Like, what are your thoughts on this dark pattern? I don't know. I feel like this could be worded a little differently. Do you consider this issue to be a problem? Do you consider this issue to be positive or negative? Maybe. I don't know. It's really hard to get a non-leading question. Do you agree that a forum-like website where players could vote on a game that uses these patterns in their development would help reduce their usage by companies? No. I kind of disagree with that. If you'd like to justify, why do you think so? Because it's still more industry pressure, and that's just... It's very hard, like... I don't like too much that laws are policing of what should be in games and what should not be in games. Because it just adds to development. But dark patterns should definitely be not added in games, but I don't think a law should be formed to remove it. I know this isn't saying that, but even if players voted on games to help reduce their usage by companies, I don't think the companies would take it seriously. Because as long as people buy and play those games, they're still going to make those games. The issue is those companies put a lot of pressure on the people making the games to make them fast and quickly. Even though games require long development times based on how long the game, the story of the game, and what is needed in the game. So a lot of the times, if they need to reach a certain length but they can't, they will add mechanics that help increase that length. And a lot of those mechanics are dark patterns. What would you feel knowing before playing a game that the company responsible frequently use these patterns in the development of their other games? How can this catalog be used to reduce the occurrence of the listed dark patterns? Catalog? Are you talking about the website? Do you have any suggestions to improve the dark patterns in games catalog? Oh, you mean in games, okay. Alright, catalog of dark patterns in games. It's talking about this. This section presents the catalog of dark patterns evaluated in the surgery. Each dark pattern includes its name, category, definition, and real game examples. Category dark temporal dark patterns. So grinding. Grinding refers to any repetitive and tedious activity required to achieve a goal in a game. It is typically used when no more convenient method of progression are available. That is true. This approach often coerces players to spend significantly more time than initially intended. Yeah. Example, in role-playing games RPGs like Black Desert Online Abyss 2015, players must defeat monsters to earn in-game currency and item. As players progress, they realize they must dedicate more time to keep up with others, creating an endless cycle as the game is frequently updated with new content. Yeah, I'm gonna read these, but and skip a little bit. Prevalence, problematic nature. Oh, this is interesting. I'm just looking ahead to see what else what else is needed to say or not. Playing by appointment, temporal dark patterns. Playing by appointment occurs when a game requires a player to log in at specific times to achieve objectives, penalizing those who miss these designated time. These mechanics push players to adjust their routines around the game. Without penalties for missing these times, these become non-issue. Example, in online games, events may happen at set times such as 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. And missing out means forfeiting valuable rewards, leading players to adjust their schedules. However, this issue is mitigated in games where these rewards can be attained later. Infinity Nikki has used this before. There's a walkway on Serenity Island, the Bubble Island, and they were giving out rewards between a specific time that not everyone was available. These weren't really important rewards, but they were still rewards that players wanted. So yes, the Infinity Nikki has used this before, definitely. And it's really not something that's fun. Because a lot of times it's based on the developer's time zone and not everyone else's. And it's not adjusted per time zone either. Like from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. is a long period of time. These were events were like from between 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. That is 3 hours. And for some people, that was at 2 in the morning. Endowed progress, temporal dark pattern. This pattern refers to a misleading sense of progress seeded to encourage players to continue playing beyond their initial intent. The initial advancement is often much faster than the progress required in later stages, forming a dark pattern. Oh, like giving beginners a boost in XP when they join, and then later on that XP returns to normal and they gain less XP over time. In games with a battle pass, the first few levels are easy to treat, creating a sense of progress. However, subsequent levels require much more time, coercing players to keep playing based on their initial progress, even if it demands more time than planned. Which is why I never pay for a battle pass unless I know I can complete it within the time frame. And then there's fear of missing out, FOMO, which a lot of people know. The fear of missing out FOMO is used in games through daily login rewards, battle passes, frequent updates, and surprise events with exclusive items. These mechanics pressure players to regularly check for updates to ensure they get all the potential rewards. The randomness and frequency of these events increase player anxiety, aggravating this dark pattern. In Final Fantasy XIV, surprise events can occur at any time, offering rare items available only for a few hours upon defeating certain enemies. The unpredictability and frequency of these updates led players to remain vigilant and anxious about missing any opportunity. Pay to skip monetary dark patterns. This pattern persuades players to spend money to overcome challenging stages, easing progression after payment. Yeah. This creates the illusion that paying is worthwhile. However, new levels even eventually require more payments, resulting in frustration and more significant expenses than anticipated. Pay to skip is often linked to grinding, where players pay to avoid repetitive tasks. Yeah. Okay. So wait. A player encounters a difficult stage and buys an item to advance. The following levels become easier, but soon after challenging stages appear, prompting more spending and creating a cycle of unexpected costs. I was hoping you would tell me a game example, but yeah. Monetary dark patterns. Loot boxes are randomized items containers available through gameplay or real money. Problem lies in a lack of transparency about the odds of obtaining rare items, or hidden difficult, or often hidden or difficult to access. Some countries like China and South Korea require companies to disclose these probabilities and set daily purchase limits. Yeah, Infinity Nikki has a purchase limit of 9,000. Wait, 900,000. 900,000. 99,000. Uh, a lie. It has a high limit. But it has a limit. But these has yet to be the global standard, leading players to spend more than they intended. A player purchases a loot box hoping for a rare weapon, but receives only common items, unaware of the true odds. They continue buying boxes, spending far more than they initially planned. Yeah, could you give a game example, though? Sometimes when I have, like, I'm very curious about something and I want to know. I was more curious on, I was trying to see if dark patterns affected, player behavior in a toxic way, which I was thinking. So I was trying to see if I could find a paper on that. But I thought this one was interesting, so I wanted to read it. Sometimes I get an idea in my head and I want to see if there's a paper about it. So not a lot, just sometimes. I've been interested in dark patterns a little bit, so. Monetary dark patterns. This pattern exploits the sunk cost fallacy. Arcs and Blunder, 1985. Sunk cost fallacy. Making players feel compelled to continue playing due to the time or money they have already invested. The problem arises when games continually extend goals, making players feel that quitting would be would waste their past investments. Just quit it. In games like World of Warcraft Entertainment 2004, players invest years completing objectives. With each new paid expansion, more goals are added, compelling players to keep playing to avoid wasting their invested time and money. Yeah. I don't look into a lot, but I have looked into dark patterns a lot. And I was really when I saw this, I was really curious on what they thought. This is basically them being like, "Oh yes, is this harmful?" And I'm like, "Oh yes, this is. I think it's harmful." And this is giving like a much larger list than I've seen others. Like I haven't seen impersonation, and I haven't seen invested value, or pre-delivered content, or monetized rivalries. I have seen scoreboards be counted as a black pattern, like showing other people's scores and showing like a person like, this person has the highest. I want to defeat that person. That is a dark pattern, considered a dark pattern, but I don't see that on here. So yeah, this monetary dark pattern paywall. This pattern imposes a cost for full participation in the game. Although payment is optional, non-paying players experience a limited game or a competitive disadvantage. This paywall is often subtle and unexpected, creating frustration and pressure to spend money and forming a dark pattern. Yeah, that was such a huge thing for games when I was in like elementary school, middle school, around that time. Like 10 years old, 12 years old. Like there was Wizard 101, there was World of Warcraft, which you had like to pay to continue playing. There was so many games that were like, oh yeah, you have to pay to continue, or you could play the free version, but it's limited. when And then like if you do pay for a little bit, for Wizard 101 at least, my parents got into it and played for a little bit, and I was able to join in on that. Then they stopped because I stopped and they stopped, and it just got boring for a bit. And then I tried to get back on. I couldn't go into any of the new areas I had been able to explore when we were playing. I was stuck in the beginning area, and I could not go any further. I'm still surprised the game is going on today. But there were so many free games I would try, and then they're like, paywall! A player starts a free game but soon realizes upon important areas, characters or items are locked behind a paywall. Their experience is limited without payment, and in competitive games they cannot fairly compete with paying players. Pre-delivered content. I'm curious about this one. Monetary dark patterns. This pattern occurs when a game is marked as complete, but contains locked content that requires additional payment to access. Yeah. These locked features already present in the game from the start are disguised as downloadable content DLCs, deceiving players who thought they purchased the entire game. They in fact did not. Fighting games like Mortal Kombat 1989 are sold as complete, but many characters and maps are only accessible through extra payment. These features were part of the game from the launch, leaving players feeling they bought an incomplete game and forcing them to pay more to access everything. Yeah, paywall. Not a good thing. Monetary dark patterns. This pattern takes advantage of players' competitive drive, encouraging them to spend more to achieve or maintain a desired rank, such as on leaderboards. Pushing leaderboards. Okay, that's part of leaderboards. Monetized rivalries. pushing them to spend beyond their initial budget. In a game with a leaderboard, players can buy items or upgrade to improve their ranking. Seeing their rank tantrum players feel pressure to spend more money to maintain their competitive status, often investing more than they initially intended. I think a lot of Korean games still have this, a lot of dark patterns, but I think some of the Japanese and Chinese are starting to shed dark patterns. They're not perfect, obviously, but like a lot of these dark patterns are integrated so much in the industry that it's really hard to be like, no, I'm not going to do this because it's bad for players. It's like, all right, I will do this because I have no time to make as something else that's better for players. The issue is there's no good alternative to a lot of these. Like for grinding, they literally said typically used when no more convenient methods of progression are available. A lot of these are used when there's not another way and they need to make money off the game, even though players should have been able to like buy it. Like free games still need to make money. But so they make these patterns that are have been recently seen as issues, but have been around for a long time. And it's like this is so ingrained in gaming. I'm wondering how these affect player behavior in games. Like, are people who are trying to get to the top of the leaderboard more aggressive and mean to other players? That's something I was trying to look for, but this is still like showing that some players think it's harmful. Social obligation, social capital dark patterns. This pattern pressures players to participate in group activities to maintain their social status in game. Those who opt out experience slower progression and lose access to certain content, feeling obligated to meet group goals. Oh, I did find it. I did play a game like that. To advance further, you had to be part of a guild, but I wasn't really concerned with that. I was more concerned because my guild fell apart and I had accidentally joined the European server and not the American one because I thought the American one was out, but it was not. But yeah, guild systems exemplify this pattern, where leaders assign tasks to members and penalize non-participants, compelling players to invest more time in the game to maintain their social standing. I didn't mention that. Impersonation. Social capital dark patterns. This pattern pretends to be friend players' username, image to motivate them to play more, while its effectiveness has declined over time. I talked about this. Some games send notification or messages to appear as they're from friends, encouraging players to run or perform game actions in games, attempting to manipulate players into spending more time playing. I already read this, but yeah. This a lot of this is very interesting, and it's a lot longer list than anything. This is the results of the methodology. This is just telling us like what the topics were about. So, yeah. Social capital dark patterns. This pattern slows player progression unless they recruit others to play, offering exclusive benefits in return. While pyramid schemes are illegal business models, the system is often covertly embedded in specific game designs. A game requires players to invite friends to obtain specific items or events to new levels. Without these recruits, the player progress is slower or even blocked, promoting the game's spread like a pyramid scheme. In this section, we present the analysis of the results obtained from 30 participants' responses to the survey. Who knows if that's enough? Due to the open access nature of the survey, precise control over recruitment was not feasible and the response rates could not be determined. Before completing the survey, all participants signed a consent form that outlined the purpose of the study, the voluntary nature of the of their participation and their rights to withdraw at any time without any consequences. The consent form also ensures participants of the anonymity of their responses and confidentiality of data. Most dark patterns achieved 100% clarity in their definitions and examples. However, impersonation was an exception, with 6 participants reporting difficulty understanding its definition or example. The following subsections presents the results of participants' characterization, the quantitative analysis of harmfulness and probability and prevalence of the dark patterns, rankings, and the analysis of participants' feedback. So some people had a little bit of trouble with figuring this out. Basically, when you get a notification, it's like Mark saying, "Hey, come back to the game." That's impersonation. It doesn't have to be a friend. It could just be a character in the game. Figure 2 shows a pie chart representing the responses to the question, how many hours. The study included participants with varying levels of gaming engagement. Participants play less than 5 hours per week, between 5 and 10. Yeah, the distribution highlights a balanced respiration of casual, moderate, and intensive gamers. Okay, they say intensive. Ensuring that the sample captures a broad spectrum of gaming habits. Such diversity strengthens the generalization of findings by encompassing varied perspectives on dark patterns across different levels of gaming engagement. Figure 3, there's a bar chart presenting the responses, but general. Okay, it illustrates the distribution of game genres played by participants, revealing a diverse range of preference. Popular genres included RPGs, first-person FPS, and action adventure, while less frequent choices range from racing to RTS games. This diversity underscores the varied gaming habits of participants, ensuring the study reflects a broad significance, deviating from a group from group mediums. For example, while impersonators they do not. It's right here. Broad range of player experiences and perspective on how patterns works games. All right. MMORPG, single player, action adventure, battle royale, sports games, FPS, MOBA. MOBA's pretty high. Card games, trading card games, RTS was one. Platform games, fighting games, racing games. The problem is platform games could also be action adventure games. And other games too. What was RTS? Did they mention what RTS is? Fighting games, RTS. No, it does not explain what RTS is. They do not explain what RTS is. RTS. That it's not part of their survey too. It's probably an other. They have single player, fighting games, racing games, sports, action, battle royale, first person, multiplayer online battle arena. But they did not put down what RTS it means when they were talking about racing to RTS games. They did not explain what an RTS game is. Oh. Figure 4 shows a box plot presenting the perceived harmfulness rating for each dark pattern. Patterns like grinding showed a tight interquartile range, indicating consistent agreement among participants about its harmfulness. In contrast, impersonation and paywall patterns displayed a wider interquality range, reflecting more varied experiences and perceptions of harm. Analysis reveals that the medium harmfulness score for all dark patterns except impersonation fall within the higher range on a 1 to 10 scale, indicating that participants generally perceive these patterns as highly detrimental. This underscores the significant and negative importance of most dark patterns on players' experiences. Outliers were retained in the analysis as they provided contextual insights without significantly deviating from group mediums. Oh, no, I'm pointing out that not everyone's going to know what an RTS game is, and they didn't explain it here where it's mentioned, and it's not on the survey either, where they have explained first-person shooter and role-playing games. But RTS is not on here. I'm pointing out that they do not explain what an RTS is from where I have looked. So, yeah. That is something they need to do. It's not that, oh, yeah, like you saying RTS are not popular nowadays. That means someone reading this may not know what an RTS game is. We conducted a series of statistical tests to analyze the perceived harmfulness of dark patterns. First, the Shapiro-Wilk test revealed that the data significantly deviated from a normal distribution, necessitating non-parametric methods for further analysis using the Wallace test. We confirmed significant decreases in harmfulness scores among dark patterns, indicating that participants did not perceive all patterns equally. Therefore, we applied the post hoc Dunn test, identifying specific patterns differences. For example, grinding demonstrated significant differences compared to paywall, impersonation, and pre-delivered content. Similarly, impersonation differs slightly from most other patterns except social obligation, grinding, and FOMO. Paywall in particular showed significant difference with FOMO, impersonation, social obligation, and grinding. Table 1 presents... Where's... Table? Let's just figure. Table? Table. The ranking of harmfulness. The ranking is based on the harmfulness medium of each dark pattern. We use the interquartile range followed by the medium as a tiebreaker measure. Paywalls emerged as the most harmful pattern. That's why it's not around anymore much. Reflecting players' frustration with being coerced into spending money for progress game. Yeah, I'm not, like, I have faced that so many times. I would not play a game with a paywall. This aligns with participants' feedback, highlighting the disruption of their autonomy and satisfaction. On the other hand, grinding was perceived as one of the least harmful patterns, suggesting that players viewed it as a standard aspect of minigames rather than a manipulative tactic. The disparity between these patterns underscored the financial and emotional impact that monetary dark patterns can have compared to temporal ones. Yeah, a lot of times players... That makes a little bit more sense. So, medium, highest, pre-delivered, pay to skip, loot boxes, top 3, appointment, like top 5. And then and progress, monetize rivalries, social pyramid, FOMO, it's 9. Invested value, grinding is 11, social obligation, and impersonation. Impersonation's low probably because not a lot of people understand what that actually is. It's not used much. Social obligation, yeah. Not a lot of games use social obligation. Like, oh, invite a friend. But, like, my church would do the same thing, too. So it's, like, not seem odd to be in a game. Like, my church would have, bring a friend to church day. So that we could... And I didn't realize it was so that, like, those kids could probably convince their parents to go to my church. I thought it was, hey, this is part of my life. Let me show you. I took it as a, hey, I'm just showing you a part of my life, and I want you to be part of this. It's like I didn't expect my friends to like join me in the church after that. I was just like, hey, look, this is a cool building. Yeah. Social obligation. Yeah, I think social obligation similar. Yeah. The thing is, some of the like some of the temporal ones with the social or the social aspect ones are really hard for players to see as harmful. But I would say they're just as harmful as the monetary ones. Because they're not. They ruin they put a strain on your relationship with the other people in the game and can create a toxic environment. Social obligation. This one, like you're like you're meant to help. Why are you not helping enough? Why are you not spending hours upon hours in this game? Whirlwind Meats actually has social obligation. Like a lot of guilds I've heard, like they expect players to have high attack and expect them to invest a lot of time with. I'm so glad my guild was not like that. They're like, just this is the days we have it. Come if you can. I got a chill guild, but that's great. What was the other? Invested value, I think, was low. This pattern exploits some cost. Yeah. What's that? FOMO was like invested value. Yeah. It's like that's not really toxic. You just have to say like, But the thing is, if you put like a lot of money into something, you're not gonna want to stop it very easily, and that's one way to keep you in the game. The thing is, it's the other dark patterns that push you to make payments that cause the dark pattern invested value. But yeah, but yeah, that's interesting. Impersonation is actually where Winds Meet has an event. That's I wouldn't say it's this, but it has an event that it made me remind of this. Where it's a daily event where you go do a picture and it's your friend doing something. It's that basically. Table 2 presents the rankings according to how problematic the dark patterns are. So this is harmful and this is problematic. The ranking is related to problematic natures based on the answers to the question. Considering the provided definition, do you consider these issues to be a problem? As in harmfulness rankings, paywall appears to be first position. Patterns like FOMO and player playing by opponent rank lower, suggesting that while these patterns can be frustrating, they are less likely to disrupt players' overall gaming experience. But you have to remember, this is a study of 30 people. That is not a study of 100 people, and it's most likely a study of 30 people in Brazil. And if you remember anything, games are very expensive in Brazil. So they didn't take in consider, like, I don't know where they put their survey. They might have said it. They said it was made easily accessible due to the open access nature of the survey. Did they say where they put the survey? Like, they talked about the survey. I skipped this. 3 researchers to the final version. We used convenience sampling, chain methods, and we use the convenience sampling and referral chain methods. Referral chain methods to recruit participants, reach out to players, and share Ensure that online survey link and gaming forums and Discord channels ensure a diverse and accessible example. So it was made available online, so it's not just in Brazil. Okay, it might be limited to Brazil online, or probably limited to South America. Maybe. Really depends. Okay, so appointments for lower while these patterns. Yeah, that's different. So it's a small sample. Oh, I was talking about impersonation. In Where Winds Meet, there is a newspaper quest that you can do weekly, daily. I haven't been playing for a bit. Where you go to a place, take a picture of one of your friends doing something silly and outrageous, and post it. That's in Where Winds Meet. That is actually impersonation. Yeah. Do you think I can't name every single dark pattern in a game that may not have that in any game I play? Yeah, I can. I just never knew impersonation was considered a dark pattern until I read this. Like a lot of indie games lack dark patterns. But that doesn't mean all indie games lack it. But yeah, these are what players consider less problematic. Payable, pre-delivered, pay to skip are still the top three, along with loot boxes and appointments. Monetized rivalries is higher. Invested value is 7. FOMO is at 8. So it's actually a little higher than it was. So people think it's a bit more problematic but less harmful. Endowed progress. Endowed progress, I think it's. Endowed progress is like being a new player a boost in XP, but then taken away later once they're getting more into the game. So I think it's less problematic, but I believe it was higher in the harmful. So I think it's harmful but not problematic. Social obligation, they think is more problematic but less harmful. Impersonation, they think is problematic but not harmful. Grinding, they don't think is problematic, and they don't think it's very harmful either. And social, they think it's a little more harmful than problematic, but it's just one rise. And social pyramid, they don't think is problematic at all. I was like, social pyramid, they did think was a little more harmful, but not as problematic. Probably because they haven't played many games with social pyramid. I don't think I can list a game on the top of my head that I have played that had a social pyramid. Slows player progress unless they recruit other players, offering exclusive benefits and returns. Games are labeled. Game require players to invite friends to obtain specific items or advance new levels. Yeah, I can't think of a new game like that. So I think that's probably why they think it's harmful but not problematic, because it's not prevalent. 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 You know what I'm trying to say. Little sinister music when talking about the dark abundance. Okay, prevalence. Table. Okay, this talks about prevalence, and talks about problematic. Prevalence. Table 3 presents the rankings of prevalence. The ranking presents the most common dark patterns based on the answers to the question. Have you noticed this dark pattern in any games? It highlights that monetary dark patterns such as loot boxes and invested value were the most commonly recognized dark patterns. This suggests that players frequently encounter these practices, potentially due to their widespread adoption in contemporary game monetized strategies. Participants and identify patterns like impersonation less frequency, which may be linked to the low perceived harmfulness and problematic nature. Interesting. Okay, first thing I noticed was monetized rivalries is at last at 40%. But if you look at the games they played, some MMORPGs have leaderships. These don't. These usually don't. This one does. This one does. Like the sports games definitely have it. This one sometimes, but it really depends on which first-person shooter you're playing. This one, iffy. I don't play enough MOBAs to know. These tend to have rankings. Fighting games definitely have rankings. Racing game, wasn't that said twice, or did I just see that somewhere else? I probably looked at racing game and like, yeah, that's low. So I think either they don't notice them, or a lot of the games they play don't have rankings. Because there's some shooters that have rankings, first person shooters that have rankings. Actually, no. Isn't it third person shooters? Because Valorant's a third person shooter. It's a lot of third person shooters that have rankings, not first person shooters. No. Valorant's a first person shooter. My bad. So some first person shooters do have rankings. Battle Royales definitely has rankings, but in a different way. They don't have a leaderboard, but they have rankings, which counts. Like, it was this one. Monetize rivalries. Encourage taking advantage of players, competitive drive, encouraging them to spend money to achieve or maintain desired rankings such as leaderboards. I think there when people saw leaderboards, I'm like, oh, the game I play doesn't have leaderboards, but they do give you a ranking. But a lot of them do give you a ranking based on how you perform. So, that one is concerning because a lot of them do play first-person shooters. The problem is, do they play single-player first-person shooters or multiplayer first-person shooters? The problem is, some of these are single-player and some of these are multiplayer. And I actually don't know what RTS is. Anyways, so the loot boxes was the most prevalent. Invested value, most prevalent. And endowed progress, most prevalent. Yeah. Grinding, very prevalent. Considered very prevalent. Pre-delivered, pay to skip. Paywall has dropped, definitely dropped. FOMO, depends on the games you play. Appointments, depends on the games you play. Social obligation and social pyramid, yeah, definitely I get that. Like these last three, I do get because you don't really get them in the way you expect them. The impersonation is very few games actually do full impersonations where they take another player's character and do an impersonation. Most of it is a character being like, "Hey, come back to us. We missed you." So most of the impersonation now is like character impersonation, like March saying something or Dong Hong saying something, something along the lines. What is FOMO? It is explained up here that FOMO is the fear of missing out. Is used in games through daily login rewards, battle passes, frequent updates, and surprise events with exclusive items. This mechanic pressures players to regularly check for updates to ensure they get all the potential rewards. The randomness and frequency of these events increase player anxiety, aggravating this dark pattern. So, daily logins and battle passes, frequent updates, not monthly updates. We have scheduled updates, but they're not considered as frequent, I believe, as Shiny Nikki. Shiny Nikki has more frequent updates, I believe, than Infinity Nikki. Probably because Infinity Nikki requires more development time. It's fine. I'm fine going over this again, just in case. So these are what they considered more prevalent, and they considered FOMO less prevalent, but you also have to take into consideration the type of games they play. Not a lot of them play the games that would have a lot of FOMO. And social obligation and social pyramids are very less frequent, along with I haven't seen a lot of impersonation too. And when you do see it, you don't really consider it impersonation. Why is this starting to itch? Yeah, my allergies are starting to affect my skin. I don't know why, but during the summer, I get like bumps on my skin. I'm allergic to something severely. I just don't know what it is. And it irritates me. It irritates the skin. Like in Indiana, it was so much worse that it would last all year long, but it would get worse in the summer. Okay. In the question, if yes, in which game, participants cited specific games where they had encountered dark powers. Among the most mentioned were World of Warcraft, League of Legends, Genshin Impact, and Genshin Impact. I need to check when the study was happened. It says, oh wait, it's here, 2025. So last year, really recent. So they probably didn't have Infinity Nikki really in their scope because this would have been mostly over the period of a year, and they probably couldn't add a new game. Reflecting the widespread influence in the gaming communities, World of Warcraft was highlighted for employing various dark patterns, mainly grinding, often tied to its subscription model and in-game content. League of Legends was noted for using grinding in ranked play and battle passes. Ranked play. Monetized rivalries. Genshin Impact, known for its gacha mechanics, stood out as a key example of grinding in a type of loot box, emphasizing the psychological pressure these systems can exert on players. Yeah. So this is a much more recent paper, so yeah. But do not take this for word. This is what they have figured out. These repeated references underscore how widely recognized dark patterns are in major games, particularly those based with a large and diverse player bases. Okay. We're almost done! I'm having so much fun reading this, you have no idea. Do ask me questions. I am actually really invested in this. I have Infinity Nikki playing in the background. I'm just reading a research paper. I have Infinity Nikki on in the background and Twitch. And this is talking about dark patterns, which Infinity Nikki does have. I hope I don't get striked for this. So, participants frequently express difficulty in recognizing harmfulness of specific dark patterns, especially when those were integrated seamlessly into gameplay. For instance, in the case of grinding, some participants noted that it often feels like a natural part of progression rather than the exploitative design. It really is. P15 reflected participant 15. Grinding is not necessarily bad. It is only problematic when progression becomes impossible without dedicating hours to it. Hmm. Yeah, but grinding is also introduced so that you would spend hours doing it later on. Similarly, P16 highlighted endowed progress's deceptive nature. It can easily lead players to burn out as soon as they reach the plateau of their level of progression. Yeah, that's true.
These comments underline how dark patterns may go unnoticed until players experience negative impacts such as burnout. Yes, I have fun listening to. Thank you. Yes, dark patterns cause burnout. They also cause negative behavior influences, I believe. They definitely cause burnout. I believe they also can cause negative player behavior because they are in pushing the player to try to be very competitive and very aggressive. And that creates toxic environments. Like League of Legends was mentioned to have some dark patterns, and it has such a toxic community, toxic player base. It so like it's not necessarily bad. The problem is it kinda is. Game designers know exactly how many enemies you need to defeat to gain XP. And sometimes it's so seamless you don't even notice it. Infinity Nikki has grinding. And it has unintentional grinding too. Like as you explore, you end up finding S-lings and you gain materials, but you only end up finding S-lings because they start attacking you. That's not seen as grinding, but it is. It is seamlessly integrated in the game to have players fight enemies because they get in your way or because they attack you while you just want to look around for items. That's why I haven't tried it. I tried it once, and I was told to stop playing the character I was playing. And I'm like, nah, I'm not feeling it. I wasn't having fun with it either. A recurring theme in responses were participants' varying levels of awareness about the manipulative intent behind dark patterns. For example, several comments about FOMO revealed that it affects players' psychological state. Yeah. P25 remarked, it directly impacts the player's psychological state negatively as it makes them anxious about the possibility of missing an opportunity. And I actually want to talk about that. The fear of missing out is similar to the fear of losing track of time and being late to something. I, with ADHD, had a very high anxiety when it came to time for a point where I would arrive 2 hours early in fear of missing out of my appointment or fear of not arriving on time. It is similar to the anxiety of FOMO. Because I was able to handle my anxiety with time, I'm able to not feel anxious about FOMO. Like this banner coming up, like I'm more pondering, do I want to pull the outfits? Then I'm like, oh, I'm afraid of missing out on this. I'm like, I know if I miss an entire update, I'm gonna miss a really cool event and maybe a few really cool outfits, but I will get more outfits in the future. Fear of missing out is the same as having anxiety over time passing and you not being able to know when you need to go. It used to be a serious issue with me where I would leave 2 hours early because I was just starting to feel too anxious waiting for the event to be able to leave early. So I left extremely early because I couldn't stand waiting for the time I needed to leave. Because I was worried of being late, and I was worried of something happening that would cause me to be late, and I was worried so much over so many things. And I always arrived 2 hours early. And I started to try to relax that a bit over time, and it took me time to do that. So yes, it's a psychological issue, and it would increase players' anxiety over time because they're very, very similar, and it's not a good state to put your players in. because it will, like, these dark patterns will eventually push players away. To not have FOMO would mean to save every event so players can play in the future. To save every outfit so players can pull it whenever they want. To make no outfits limited, no outfits like come and go and never come back. So, yeah. FOMO is very similar to the anxiety about time that a lot of people with ADHD have. And it's very hard for someone with ADHD to get into a state where they can arrive on time, or at least 15 minutes early, without either being late or too early. It is not intentional, but it's very hard to get to that state. And this FOMO causes players to enter that state, which is very difficult to get out of. So yeah, it's not a good thing. But if you were to look to here, FOMO ranked 8 and problematic, and FOMO ranked 9 and harmful, and 8 and prevalence. So maybe they thought it wasn't very harmful due to the lack of prevalence, but many players did think it was harmful. Likewise, in discussions about pay to skip, P16 acknowledged how casual players or those with limited time might feel coerced into spending money, noting it's a cheap trick to get quick cash from players who do not have the time to grind. Yeah. Ugh. The qualitative responses also highlighted significant emotional and psychological impacts caused by dark patterns. P10 described the frustration and exclusion caused by social obligation, stating it discards players who have less time to play and are not particularly inclined towards online socialization. Yeah, it's such a isolating dark pattern. It's not really great, and it makes games worse. And yes, when Smeet does have social obligation when it comes to guilds. And a lot of players in Infinity who played Infinity Nikki who had played Shiny Nikki before, because Shiny Nikki does have silent guilds. They wanted guilds in Infinity Nikki too. The thing is, well, a lot of players in this study did acknowledge the issues with dark patterns. These are people who chose to take the study. So they are more likely to understand that dark patterns are an issue. But players, overall, there may be a lot of players who do not understand the harms and problems dark patterns cause. Because a lot of players, when Infinity Nikki came out, a lot of players were asking for this mechanic and that mechanic, and I'm like, those are dark mechanics. Those are dark pattern mechanics. They would make the game worse and not better. I'm so glad Info didn't add guilds. Yeah, probably because they don't have the structure for it at the moment. And I know a lot of players think that the 1.11 event was because it was a Monopoly style. It wasn't just the Monopoly style, it was social obligation. You had the obligation to fight for your team, and a lot of players who were playing that game didn't join the groups and on Discord and didn't join the group discussions and all of that. So a lot of people were just random people were just playing the game how they wanted and going after tiles they wanted to go after. There was the reason that made this game it was social obligation and competitiveness and like the ranking system, like monetized competitiveness. Well, not really monetized. It was more temporal competitiveness. Like, you're expected to get on every day to be competitive against the other teams. So monetized not temporal rivalries, where you had to spend time to fight the people because it was time spent. It was using a lot of time. Either you had to be on a whole time to know when these enemies come back. Oh wait, there was another one that I did say Infinity Nikki. What was it? What was it? What was it? Appointment. Yeah. Enemies would bosses would arrive on appointment. So there was appointment, there was rivalries, and there were so many other aspects. Yeah, players don't know that. I'm not saying it's their fault for not knowing. I'm saying not every player knows what a dark pattern is. Sometimes they can recognize a dark pattern, but they don't know the full extent of it sometimes, or what exactly is happening. Like the Monopoly game at like I was saying, the Monopoly game at 1.11 was mostly a lot of rivalries against three groups. Two groups would team up against the bigger group, which definitely had more players, and they would try to spend as much time as they could to try to get the bosses who would appear every so often, or try to get that, or try to get this. And there was also um, XP bonuses for when you defeated a boss. And there was one instance where my team defeated a boss but didn't get the XP bonus. So there was endowed progress with it. That whole thing had about, I would say, monetized rivalries, endowed progress, and social obligation. That's three dark patterns in one event. And it was also an event, so it had fear of missing out too. Because it was a limited event. And you had a limited time to do it. So yeah. I'm not saying Infinity Nikki's a good game. I'm just saying the reason why that event didn't do well was not because it was Monopoly style, but because it had a lot of dark patterns mixed in. But also because it was Monopoly style too. Where was I? The qualitative responses also highlight significant emotional and psychological impacts caused by dark patterns, frustration, exhaustion, self-education. Similarly, oh, I can add a comment. Oh, I highlighted it. I don't. There. Can we go back to mouse? There. That's fine. Mango, did you? Mango. I can't. Okay. I'll figure that out later. Mango sometimes press keys. Yeah. They don't know. They just think, oh, I enjoyed my guild because they were very active in the social participation. So they didn't get any of the negative impacts from it. It's very hard to identify a dark pattern if you don't get any of the negative impacts from it. Like, grinding is not seen as negatively impacted, but you're using a lot of time to fight the same monsters over and over and over again in the world. Even if you're not trying to get items from it, you get items from it. Even if you're just attacking because they're there, that's still considered grinding. Similarly, participants critiqued loot boxes for their gambling-like mechanics with P16 said, it is a system that exploits players vulnerable to gambling and probability mechanics to make it makes its monetization opaque, therefore increasing profits. These patterns create emotional pressure and financial harm, emphasizing the need for ethic in game design. Yeah, I also took a lot of ethics class in when I did my masters, which was for a research master, research in game technology. But ethics is not talked much about. Was not talked very much about when I was learning game design. It was mentioned that there are some reward systems that impact players more, though they are currently being questionable. That's it. None of it talked about ethics. And that is something that needs to be talked about in schools before you do a master's program. At least a little bit of ethics and philosophy. We did some philosophy too. Among the three main categories of dark patterns, the monetary category emerged as the most harmful based on participants' ratings. Patterns such as paywall and pre-delivered content consistently ranked highest in perceived harmfulness and problematic nature. The significant harmfulness of paywall reflects participants' frustration with being coerced to spending to progress in games, which disrupts their sense of autonomy and satisfaction. Likewise, pre-delivered content was perceived as highly harmful due to its deceptive nature, as it locks content that is already present in the game, creating a sense of unfair monetization. Similarly, impersonation drew polarized reactions as it manipulates players by mimicking relationships or personal relevance, making its social and emotional impact particularly contentious. Temporal patterns such as grinding were deemed less harmful but problematic due to exploitative demand for repetitive gameplay, while frustrating these patterns were perceived as a standard aspect of minigames rather than deliberate manipulation. The thing is, grinding was added to extend the length of a game. And it is deliberate manipulation. It's been around so long they have been able to hide it. They have been able to hide grinding and make it seem not as manipulative as it is. You going around in the world because you just want to explore, but you have to fight 20 enemies to get to one place, is grinding being forced upon players. Walking around a city and you see, like an NTE, you walk around the city and sometimes you see an anomaly in the corner and you go and fight it because it's gonna harm the civilians. That's grinding. You see an enemy and you fight it. You don't need to fight the enemy, but you gain XP and resources from fighting the enemy. It's not, and grinding does not have to be intentional for it to be grinding. And that's how it's manipulative. You do not need to fight the enemy, but you choose to fight the enemy. Because we have been taught that if we see an enemy, we should fight it. And always fighting the enemy is a good thing because it increases our XP. We have been taught this as gamers. That is why we don't think grinding is as bad as this. Because grinding has been so integrated in games from since we were a young age that we think of it as normal. Assassin's Creed? Or is that... yeah. Just fight an enemy. I don't need to fight this base, but like I want to take over this base to show how cool and amazing I am. Though I don't need to. It doesn't do anything for me, actually. Participants demonstrate a strong ability to identify and understand back patterns across most categories. The clarity ratings of 100% for nearly all patterns suggest that players know the mechanics used to manipulate them. This is particularly evident in patterns like grinding and playing by appointment, which players frequently encounter in games and can easily recognize. However, 6 participants reported difficulty in understanding impersonation's definition, for example, underscoring the need to better articulate its characteristics. This may be related to the low rankings of impersonation among the three rankings. The rankings highlight that players perceive some patterns as more problematic due to their immediate impact. For example, monetary patterns like paywalls harm the player's experience and evoke a sense of coercion, making them stand out as particularly egregious. On the other hand, temporal patterns were seen as more subtle, often blending into the structure of games without immediate recognition as harmful. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I was like, yeah. I played Assassin's Creed Origins, and I remember, like, going after bases that I didn't need to just to fight as many enemies as I could and prove I am a sneaky little boy. Because the character you play is a man. But yeah, temporal patterns are just as harmful as monetary patterns. But the thing is, monetary patterns take something you earn and you like to protect and you want to maintain that you're constantly aware of, and like take it and use it for themselves. Like monetary value, monetary is like you're very aware your money is being taken away. Temporal, you're not really realizing your time is being taken away and wasted. You're like, well, I'm enjoying it, so it must be a good use of time. But it's not always. What could have been like, this is why I think we should start aiming for shorter games to reduce the amount of grinding and show that players, hey, I can do this thing without having to do it repeatedly over and over and over again. Like, okay. I recently got a game called Cat Co. And you're like, oh, what dark patterns could exist in that game? Well, there's definitely grinding in it. Like, you have to check this pile of mail every so often and take boxes from it. It's a tedious task where you have to check this pile of mail every day. And then there's also an XP bar at the bottom, and the better you do, the more XP you get. So it encourages you to do repetitive tasks instead of just getting mail from the front, sorting it, and putting it on the boat. You have to also look through this giant pile of mail every so often. And you also have to check every single box just in case one gets destroyed, because that affects your score too. It has a grinding mechanic in it because it has XP in it. You don't need that in a cat mail game. You really don't. You don't need grinding in a cat mail game. But it's such a persistent thing. Like, how are we supposed to remove grinding from games? It's been around longer than I've been alive. The thing is, to combat grinding, you need to calculate how much XP an enemy's gonna give the player. And figure out what level the player needs to be before the next section. And by calculating all of that, you're like, okay, they need this amount of XP, and this amount of enemies will give them that amount of XP. And by the time they were done with that level, they should be at the level that the devs intended. That is not grinding. Having a set amount of enemies that the players can face again and face once and then be done with it and be at the level intended, it's the opposite of grinding. Grinding is having a bunch of enemies in one place, knowing your player's not going to reach their intended level in time for the next section, so you expect the player to go back to an area they have already been through and fight enemies over and over and over again until they reach that level. Or fight enemies over and over again until they have enough resources. It's the same. It's that. That is grinding. Like, you wouldn't think a cute cat game that's cozy and all that would have grinding in it. It does. I understand why they put the grinding in. You don't get enough mailboxes if you don't have that pile. You don't get enough mailboxes to fill all the shelves with mail if you don't have that pile. They're trying to make the shelves as filled as possible. But there's XP in the game. And that XP relies on how well you treat your packages, how many packages you get, how many packages you put up, how many packages you send off. All of it. So you need to get a lot of packages so you can send off a lot of packages. So you need to go through the pile to pick up more packages to send them off. And progression is based on how much XP you get. So by the next level, you have opened a new area. They don't control how many packages come out. It's a random amount of packages that come out. There's probably a large amount of packages that are meant to come out, but they come out every few seconds or minutes, depending on whether you're playing multiplayer or single player. Single player, they come out every time you either talk to someone or finish a task or finish a session. Multiplayer, they come out every few seconds. I think. I haven't been taking note of how long it spawns to try it on both, but it's something I noticed. So that game, that cozy indie game, has grinding. It's so grinding is so integrated into how we design games that we don't know how to design games without it. Okay. Back to that. The frequent mention of World of Warcraft, League of Legends, and Genshin Impact in participants' responses highlights how dark patterns are deeply embedded in some popular games. The prominence of grinding in both MMORPGs and competitive online games suggests that time-consuming mechanics are widely accepted but still perceived as problematic by players. We observe a relation between perceived harmfulness and problematic nature. Like, I'm not saying the cat game is bad because it has grinding. I'm just saying it's in that game because grinding is a known thing, and they probably didn't think twice about putting it in the game. there is a totally different way they could have done that. They could have had not had the pile. I know the pile just fills up the shelves with a bunch of different boxes, but if they didn't have the pile, players would receive a box from the outside, bring it in, put it on a shelf, and once they have to have like a certain number of packages sent out for each new region and for them to unlock something. So there's a determined number of boxes you need for each region, but it makes the game more predictable and less random. That's the issue. Okay. The frequent mention of World of Warcraft, Genshin Impact, and participants' responses have patterns that directly exploit players financially, such as paywall and loot boxes, were rated both highly problematic. In contrast, patterns that primarily affected players' times or progression, such as grinding and in-depth progress, were considered less harmful but disruptive to the gaming experience. This relation highlights how players recognize immediate financial explosion as more detrimental than time-based inconveniences. Yeah, even though I would say time-based inconveniences are bigger issues. I'm gonna skip the validity. Because that's just based on how valid is this study. And I'm gonna skip to conclusion. We're considering these findings underscore a nuanced perception and players hold about dark patterns. While they recognize negative aspects of these patterns, their tolerance or acceptance may vary depending on the context. For example, patterns like grinding are seen as a trade-off for extended gameplay, suggesting that player gaming habits moderate their harmfulness. Yeah. It creates a longer game with more to do by having grinding and XP. But it also means the game's longer and has to use more player time to finish it. Instead of a short game that players can finish easily. But the thing is, Steam is also is also a problem with this. Players can refund games as long as they are like under 2 hours of gameplay. Meaning a lot of players try to get under 2 hours of gameplay for a lot of games, which discourages many game developers from making a short game. A lot of them see that a short game is a problem. I remember like talking with Sam, like, oh, it can't be a short game. It has to be more than an hour. It has to be really long. And I was looking at the game and I'm like, this isn't going to be that long. You know that, right? Yeah. Because I can tell how long the game's going to be. It's going to be a few minutes. Maybe less than an hour. 30 minutes at max. It's actually really hard to tell how long a game is going to be, but when you're new to making games, you tend to accidentally make it shorter because you don't want too long of a dialogue, but the mechanics you're putting in the game are actually fairly simple. So, yeah. I didn't tell them that, but yeah. In contrast, monetary patterns breach ethical boundaries more clearly as they directly exploit financial commitments, often without offering meaningful in-game benefits. The result also suggests a growing awareness among players of manipulative design strategies which could drive demand for transparency and ethical practices in game design. The black patterns the EU is going against is the monetary ones, by the way. People do complain a lot about the length a lot when it's short. Yes. Yes, they do. Because they want to play longer and spend more time. I would really prefer shorter games, though. I mean, I like my short games. They're not too long, and they're really nice to play, and they give me a good experience. Short games should not be punished for being short. There's so many reasons why to have a short game. Maybe to show an example of a game idea you have to see how player feedback comes. Maybe because you don't want to extend game development time because you have nothing else to add and it would just be redundant to add more. There are plenty of good reasons to have a short game. But yeah. I have been talking for so long. Wow. But I'm almost done. This study presents a catalog of dark patterns in games. The definitions were derived from previous research and clarified with practical examples from actual games. Using a survey administered to 30 participants with various level of gaming engagement, we analyzed the perceived harmlessness, problematic nature, and prevalence of each dark pattern. As a result, we generated 3 rankings and tested participant feedback. The result revealed that monetary dark patterns, such as paywall and loot boxes, were perceived as more harmful and highly problematic, reflecting players' heightened sensitivity to financial exploitation. In contrast, temporal dark patterns like grinding and endowed progress were deemed less harmful but disrupted the game experience. The relationship between harmfulness and problematic nature underscores how different dark patterns affect players' enjoyment and well-being in distinct ways. The generated ranking provided a nuanced perspective to these patterns, highlighting the various psychological and emotional impacts of financial versus time-based exploitation. Something I'm going to add from Reality is Broken is players like the feeling of having something accomplished. And grinding enhances that feeling because, oh, I spent so long doing this and I got this big reward for it. But you could still feel that way with having a structured way of like, oh, I put $6 in and asked me to put $6 in. I was able to accomplish this goal. Grinding is not the only one. I understand if you can buy one game a year. True, if you can only buy one game a year and you're playing it all year long, then you definitely want a long game. I'm not saying remove all long games. I'm saying we should start also making and accepting short games too. Like people who play several games in a year, like me, would like to have something that is not as time consuming so I can play more games. I don't want to play this game for an entire year. I want to play other games too. But yeah, I understand. Games used to not be so expensive, so they were also shorter too, so you could play more games with less money. But now games are getting longer and more expensive. So it's trying to like be like, yeah, but you get a longer game for it. You're paying more for a longer game, basically. But I really would rather have a short and well-built game than a long, buggy game that hasn't been well developed. This research extends previous studies by providing an empirically validated perspective on the harmfulness of dark patterns in games. Earlier work mainly focused on theoretical categorization or heuristic evaluation. This study adds value by incorporating player perspective into the analysis. Furthermore, the rankings of harmfulness, problematic nature, and prevalence often offer a practical framework for assessing and reducing the use of dark patterns in games. The findings underscore the importance of ethical game design practice, prioritizing player engagement and well-being. Future work could expand this research by increasing the sample size, exploring additional patterns, or examining the cultural and demographic factors influence perceptions of dark patterns. Moreover, longitudinal studies could provide insight into how player attitudes toward dark patterns evolve, particularly in the context of emerging game monetization strategies. But yeah. And I'm not going to read on acknowledgements. But yeah. Players view the temporal dark patterns as not as bad. Like playing by appointment. Like, yeah, that's frustrating, but I'll still do it if I can. Fear of missing out. Endowed prowess. Like, this sucks when the endowed progress is done, because then you have to like grind. You end up grinding for more. When did this get affected, anyways? But yeah. Oh no! Continue, Nikki. I lost connection with the server while I was reading that entire thing. But yeah, so many games have the temporal one or the social one, and you don't notice it. You really do not. But they are both just as harmful as the monetization one. But how players perceive that harmfulness is very different than what it actually does. Like, some people see skipping the grinding part as being better than players who have to grind. Because which is interesting. Because one was considered, well, they spent more time getting the resources and collecting stuff, and they put more effort into it than the people who spent money on it. But yeah. This is also people, we don't, this is like from online, and we do not know the social structures or the nationalities of the people who did it online. So we do not know how diverse it is. But social, they didn't mention it, but the social one seems to be also just as lessened down as the temporal one. The social structure ones, yes, are very negative because they put player against player. Even when we're supposed to be working together, they put player against player. Games are really great for creating social structures, but the problem is they're adding pressure to those social structures. And the social structures should form naturally. It should be available and formed naturally by players. Be like, I got a guild, and they're like, cool, I want to join your guild. And I'm like, I don't really, I just want to enjoy and play the game. Cool, so do I. But yeah, the thing is, a lot of players put big emphasis on getting the numbers, matching the meta, and doing it in a very logical way to enhance their power, to get one up on the people. Which I think is something they have learned from other games with dark patterns that affect competition, the dark patterns that affect social structure, and dark patterns that affect temporal. We do not, these change behavior. They actually do change behavior. The problem is we consider that behavior normal for ourselves, that we don't see it as an issue, or that we don't put one and one together like, oh, I've learned this from this, and this is actually, and that's actually a really bad thing to do. No, they're like, no, this is what everyone does, and I'm just following what is actually supposed to be done. And it's not. You're not supposed to try to burn yourself out by finishing something in one go. You're not supposed to be exhausted from social interaction because everyone wants to be the strongest there is. You're supposed to be like, hey, let's defeat this boss together. And I'm like, well, I'm so weak. And like, we'll help you. You'll get experience from it. We'll get drops. It'll help you long run. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, oh, but I can't go. I'm like, okay, well, hold another one at a time. You can go. Instead of kicking people out. The thing is, a lot of those dark patterns for the social structure and a lot of dark patterns for the temporal create negative behaviors in players. They teach players negative behaviors. And we, the player, do not understand that when we think this is normal and we see every other gamer like the same. We're like, well, they're like that, and I'm like that, so this must be normal. I'm just basing it on my experiences and some conversations with friends. The problem is with some dark patterns, it changes players' behavior. And because it changes our behavior, we may not notice it as an issue because we see our behavior as normal. And we see other people who behave the same way as normal, except with a few extreme outliers who take things too far. Like, League of Legends is very toxic, and the community will not stop being toxic because they see one person being toxic, and they're toxic back, and then they're toxic to another person because one person was toxic to them. That means the other person is toxic, and they can be toxic to them. And that makes that other person toxic back. It's a repetitive cycle. Never interacted with any one of those games. Fair. That is very fair. But humans are a creature who mimics their social surroundings. And I will not say I am immune to this. But I am less inclined to it, I would say. Less inclined, but not immune. But yeah, it's a cycle of dark patterns causing toxic behavior, and that toxic behavior being targeted towards other players, who then learn that toxic behavior, and it becomes a cycle. Yes, some players can see it as problematic, but they don't see the long-lasting issue of the social and temporal ones, because they affect behavior. The monetary ones affect your wallet and your income. The temporal and social ones affect your behavior, the way you act and behave around other people. And if you see, oh, this person acts this way, so I should act this way, it's normal. But not... Like, do you really think the people who play League of Legends think they're toxic? They don't! They think it's normal behavior for the game. They do not think it's toxic. Yeah. So, but I don't think, like, removing all social interactions in games is the solution. The solution is figuring out how grinding, how temporal dark patterns and social dark patterns affect player behavior, and find a way to either remove them or find a way to implement them in a way that do not cause negative behavior in players. I really think people do not understand the complexity how easily behavior is affected by games. You could definitely get brainwashed by playing games if someone wanted to. Actually, the U.S. government and maybe other governments are trying to do that with shooting games like Call of Duty. It's like, oh, look at what we have to go through. How about you join us with your skills? I mean, you've already learned the basics. And I know ready or not is just to show the experience that SWAT people go through. But it's also teaching you how they act and behave and what procedure is. It's also teaching you all of that. And sane people don't realize that. Oh, developers care about toxic behavior. It's companies, the business, who doesn't care about toxic behaviors as long as they play the game. I separate developers and the company that pushes for the game, because yeah, sometimes the people who are in charge of that game have become jaded over time. They're like, well, it's what happens when you make games. And so a lot of people are trying to reduce toxic behavior, and they realize they put two and two together that, oh, people interaction causes a toxic environment, so let's limit interaction. But let me tell you, I played a game called The Blackout Club, and it was the most friendly community I have ever played. You talked to people, you made friends with people. I'm still friends with a lot of people I talked to in that game. It was not toxic at all. Though it was repetitive and badly designed, it wasn't toxic. It was very grindy for a game. But the thing is, you didn't play the game for the game mechanics. You played the game so you could talk to the actors who were pretending to be the voices, which was what they were called. So the community was friendly. Though it did have an issue that it was during COVID, and they couldn't do like random events at certain times. So they had to do a specific time on Friday, then everyone came on Friday. it was a well-designed game for someone, for a game company run by senior game developers. Even I could tell it was a well-designed game. I'm surprised the senior game developers couldn't. Yeah. Like, it had good potential. They just... And they had a great community. But it just... Not a good game. The story of the game is over, so there's no reason to play it now, but I think the gameplay mechanics are still there. I'm not sure if the community is still playing it, but the community was really great. I met so many nice people. I learned about name day. Like, there were people from all over the world playing the game. There's not dedicated servers for each region, so I could end up talking with someone from across the globe. It was amazing. It's a good game. And it didn't have a toxic community. It's not communication that creates toxic behavior. It is competition and game and black patterns that do. It is grinding. It is social obligation. It is monetized rivalries. It doesn't even have to be monetized. There's also temporal rivalries. Like, the more time you spend in the game, the better you think you should be. And you should be able to defeat someone who's played the game for maybe a day. And it makes you more aggressive against those people. It makes you more aggressive against that. And there's, like, more experienced people playing as lower ranks because there's not a lot of people in the higher ranks, meaning it's an unfair advantage for people in the lower ranks. I forgot what that was called. Was it smurfing? I think so. So it is not at all it's not at all communication. Communication is fine. It is indeed black patterns that cause negative behavior. The people are thinking it's communication, so they limit communication to limit toxic behavior spreading. Because when someone becomes toxic and spreads it to other people, those people who got the toxic behavior end up becoming toxic themselves. But it's actually I want to be on the top of the rankings, or I want to be the best. Like, Valorant had rankings, and also a battle pass and all of that. Like, Valorant had a lot of black patterns, and it was a little toxic too. I had friends who tried to keep it less toxic, and that was great. But I did become a little toxic towards the kid because they were being silly kids, and I was like trying to play along, but it was a little toxic because the kids were being toxic right back. I've played games longer than you have. I played games in my mother's womb. That was just ridiculous. That was a ridiculous conversation. But mostly I just left the toxicity to my friends who would defend me and all of that. But like I said, like, that was before I did my research stuff. You don't see toxic behavior as toxic. And, like, as time goes, it gets worse and worse and worse. And you don't see changes in your behavior and, like, oh, wait, that's not normal. You think, oh, well, this person's acting the same, so it must be normal. It changes behavior. These dark patterns change behavior. You're like, oh, you get complimented on your gun skin because you paid money in the game, so you want to spend more money in the game. There are social and temporal black patterns affect your behavior, which affects how you act in games. Like, I don't believe there was a ranking in the Black Ops Club for doing it the fast or doing it this way or having the most points. You were just continuing and just so you could spend more time with the people around you. You were continuing. Yes, it was grindy and it was boring as heck when you had start over because there's like 3 levels you could get up to, 3 ascensions you could get up to. Like you max level, you ascend, you max level, you ascend, you max level, you ascend. It was so boring. Those game mechanics were so boring. But the community was great, and they had this one great mechanic which happened rarely, but it was meant to happen more often. Where the voices in the game, they were called the voices, but they're like godlike entities, and they would talk to you. These were actors talking to you, but because of COVID, they couldn't do it as much, so they had to limit the time, and they also had a limited budget for it because they had to pay these actors to come in and speak with us. Yeah, it had dark patterns in it, but it was like, this is boring. The grinding was extremely boring. I would never do it again. I only played so much because I had people to talk with every single time. It was the communication that kept the game fun. And so, like, yeah. There was no competition in the game at all. The only thing was talking so much with the voices. I had gotten so many voice interactions that I was feeling bad for the others that I ended up stop playing the game because I'm like, I'm getting so many voice interactions, but my friend hasn't even gotten one from the voice they're following, so I'm gonna die. That was actually how I felt. Can I not interact with this? That's so weird. Like, it was a good game, and like a lot of people were positive. So it's not communication; it's competitiveness, and it's the grinding, and it's the scoreboards, and it's all of that. If you want to grind, you become territorial over the space you're using, even though other people need to probably farm the same material as you. Like, go to somewhere else. And no one attributes that to the temporal black patterns. No one attributes that to the social black patterns. They attribute that oh yeah, it's inconvenient and it causes people to not have as much fun, and I don't have as much fun when I'm excluded. And if it affects them in a negative way, they remember it. But if it doesn't affect them in a negative way, they don't remember it negatively. That's why the Nikki players wanted the guild, because they remembered it fondly. They didn't get any negative experience from it. So yeah, I should stop talking. I should be done. But yeah. Ugh. Oh gosh, I went on a big rant, and I did look up a research paper. Oh wow, that was a long time, huh? All right. See you tomorrow. All right, I think I'm gonna rest. My throat is sore. I talk so much. All right. I'm heading out. See you guys tomorrow. I have no idea what I'm playing tomorrow. Okay. All right. Bye. I love you guys.